Alright, we're live. Or at least I am live.
I was chewing.
Good job.
I'm trying to eat breakfast
Alright.
and drink my monster coffees.
I'm trying to get everything on my screens, so I actually know what I'm doing.
Just get 3 monitors like me. It's great.
I don't even have room for 3 monitors.
I mean, I didn't either. That's why I got a little like side table for the third monitor. It's probably one of the most like messed up setups in the world, but you know what? It works, and we're here. So, hello everyone. Welcome RGL chat. I guess. I don't even know where I was going with that one to start. Welcome everyone to Tiny 10, number 13, where we have a nice group of racers again this year around here, and going through the comic themed games this time. So this is our second Tiny 10 with a theme. So
Yes. I mean, just because we could do it. Like, it's not like we're always gonna
Don't
do one,
expect
but...
it every time from here on out. All right,
Yeah.
like this one actually took a bit of thinking too, because it was like there's a lot of comic book games, but like there's a lot of bad comic book games. So we're just like, wow, like we could do it, but like, what does the game list look like? And like, we've been talking about having Smurfs on the list for.
Murphs, yeah.
That'd be a good day already, man. I can't even talk. We've been talking about having Smurfs on the list for how long? At least like 5 lists.
It had been in the approved list for like ages, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But Mo is always too scared to put it in because of the swamp stage.
Still nobody likes a swamp stage, but
No, I got to the swamp stage and in the reveal, and I pieced out right then and there.
yeah, makes sense. So yeah, we're just like making sure that everybody's ready before we actually begin. Of course, maybe there's
Consider
some.
this the pre-show.
Yeah, maybe there's some late arrivals. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But we'll get going soon enough. Like you people can see that the layout is a little bit different than you're used to. That's because of new technology that is getting used for this restreaming, and our normal layouts wouldn't work now. But we do have one made by Man Over Mars, like always. So it's yeah, it's strange that we can't show it, but I'll post it on the Twitter or in the Discord whenever I get the chance, so everybody could see it. Because yeah, there was one, or there is one. We just can't really use it right now.
Yeah. To get everyone swapped through and added and readied and pre-set up, we're using a RGL piece of software for this. So if you watched the Nescathlon or were a part of the Nescathlon, you are very familiar with this piece of software. So
Yeah. Let me see if I can actually post a Discord link in the chat. RGL, can people open this?
Yeah.
See if this works.
And if not, I'll ban you. And
I just don't know if what happens when you click a link like that outside of Discord or whatever.
oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah. So it's the Joker Game Boy. Really awesome. But yeah, we'll see that for Tiny 1014 we can actually use that thing again, or we might have to like do a redesign or whatever.
Yeah, we go with a redesign. But yeah,
Yeah.
such is life.
So yeah, y'all can see all the games on screen there, the entire list going from left to the bottom and then right to the bottom. And we got Smurfs, we got Turtles 2, Tintin, Spooderman, Lucky Luke, Swamp Thing, Spirou, Superman, Asterix, and we will finish off with Batman, the animated series. Sadly, if you haven't heard the news yet, Kevin Conroy died yesterday or 2 days ago.
Now an honor run.
Yeah, if you don't know who that is, he is the one that voiced Batman for the animated series and a bunch of other Batman projects. So, very sad to hear of his passing. This will be, well, it is Batman the animated series, the game. So, that's a nice, nice send off for Kevin Conroy. Oh.
Yeah, we like I said before, we're putting this list together. We had a little bit of fun because we were trying to figure out just what games to put in, and we were hesitant. Oh, honestly, we were hesitant with Swamp Thing, but we were just like, you know what, like you can shorten the game pretty a lot, and that there's now a how to do it. So we just tossed that in. The one that I got the most, the two I got the most pushback on was Superman and Batman. Mo was like, Superman is such a bad game, people are gonna hate it, and that was the hot speed game of 2022 for the Game Boy community.
Yeah, but we can still all agree that it is a god-awful
It's not
game.
a great game, but I mean, for the last, like, what, 3 Tiny Tens, like, the crappiest game that I've chosen has been, like, the hot speed run of the year.
It's always something weird like that, yeah.
But we both were a little hesitant with Batman. Mo is just nicer than I am. It was like, Batman's too hard and too long. And I was like, I don't care. Put it last on the list.
Yeah, I'm surprised a lot of people were able to pick it up quite quickly, actually.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
didn't expect that.
there's what, like, you got the Catwoman skip, and there's some other stuff too that goes into the run that does make it a bit easier, because Catwoman, the actual fight for Catwoman can be a little tough.
Yeah. And from the practice Discord, I guess, I think Asterix is probably the one that people have the most trouble with. So,
Asterix is just a weird game, just for the sake of just like movement. Like if you're trying to go fast, another tough one too to go fast is like Tintin and Spirou, because like the controls are almost too fluid. I think honestly one of the scarier games in the list might be Lucky Luke, because you don't get a password until you beat half the game, and it's like the mid game for this list. So that one is a little like, if you start to snowball in Lucky Luke, it could take you back a lot of minutes real quick.
yeah, there's a lot of games here where game overing is an issue. Like Swamp Thing, that's a restart. Spider-Man, that's a restart. Batman, that's a restart. So
Tintin, if you don't complete the sliding puzzle at the end of the game and you game over during it, that's a restart.
yeah, well, that's a restart from a password at least, but
That's still a lot of time left.
yeah. And Lucky Luke, weirdly enough, only has one password, even though the Game Boy Color version has way more passwords.
I have a password after every level, I think.
Not sure why though, but yeah, it's
because the Game Boy is superior to the Game Boy Color.
Yeah.
Only real gamers play the Game Boy.
So yeah, let's see. Is everybody actually ready? Looks like everybody's ready. we can always start when everybody's good to go.
It was kind of cool. So like we had the Nescathlon last weekend, right? And we had Turtles, and we had Batman, and now in the Tiny 10 we have more Turtles and more Batman. It's a never-ending month of Batman and Turtles.
Those are good IPs. They should always be in everything.
True.
So yeah, we are setting up to start the race here. Oh.
Yep. We'll make sure everyone's readied up real quick, and we'll be popping off. Is that what the kids still say nowadays?
I have no idea what kids say nowadays. Something about a ratio or so. I don't get it.
Oh, right, ratios. That's right.
Ratio. I don't know.
I still don't understand what all that means. But
Yeah.
it looks like the race is about to start here in 10 seconds. And they are off. So the first game on the list, we got the Smurfs. And right out of the gate, you can see 3 of the runners is running the English version of the game. And Sasha is running the German, Dutch
That's a
version of the
German
game.
version.
German, yeah. They'll be playing the game on easy. And there's really no difference in language, I don't believe. So, as our runners,
this is not a game with text boxes or anything. So
yeah. So as our runners go through the games, once they've completed a game, they have to wait 30 seconds in between the games. This is purely because of different platforms that these games can be played on. So between Super Game Boy 2, Game Boy Player, and the analog pocket thing, emulators, name them. There's about 4 trillion platforms now that a game can be played on. To equal out the playing field, we put in the 30-second delay between games now to make sure that the race is balanced for everyone involved.
yeah. Apparently the game audio is a little low.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see if
can't.
we can
So.
sort that. Adriana's dying there on a log. That was a shame. He got stuck behind the log there. For people who were paying attention during the first stage, that went by in a blink of an eye. That's because there's like a warp when you enter the bonus room, and you hold up, and then you just skip to the end of the stage. Weirdly enough, that's the only time you can do that in this entire game, even though there are multiple like bonus stages throughout the level. So, not sure what that is about. Maybe just a weird programming error there.
Yeah. So like this auto scroll that you're seeing right now on Adriana's screen, the auto scroller it's not bad. I mean, it's an auto scroller, but you can move front and back, up and down. The problem is that the enemies like don't spawn on the actual edge of the screen. They spawn like more towards the center-ish, so you have to just like memorize where the enemies are going to be. That way you just don't take a bunch of hits and die during the auto scroller. The stage that Adriana's is on now, this is probably, in my opinion, the second worst stage because the birds are the worst thing in the world. You have to treat the birds as a platform, and they turn and they spin around, and when you jump on them, they start to fall. So you have to bounce on them a little bit, basically just keep jumping on them so they don't lower themselves, and you have to use these birds to get to higher up platforms. It's they're pretty trolly. You kind of have to know when their turn point is, and if you can't figure that out, as you can see, there's a lot of like single platforms going on in the stage, and it's a very quick way to die.
Yeah. The second hidden theme of this of this Tiny Tennis auto scrollers, because literally all the games except for one, I think, doesn't have an auto-scrolling stage. But yeah, here's a dreadful swamp stage that you can see. Apparently, easy mode is not the best way to play this game, due to there being differences with enemy spawns and enemy placement. So on easy, you have to take it actually way slower, because you can't do certain skips that you would on normal or even hard. I forgot on which difficulty this is normally played on.
Yeah. So yeah, here Adrian's is on the infamous swamp stage. So what makes this stage difficult is going fast on the vines. The vine grab is it's not hard, but it's a little finicky, especially when going fast, because sometimes the Smurf will just jump right through the vine and you'll fall into the pit and die. Also, the frogs there. That's really unfortunate because Adrian's right at the end of the frogs are absolute jerks in the stage as well. You have to jump on the frog where the toad heads to manage through the some of the final parts of that stage. But we got Ariel here in the cliff stage, which is it defies all rules that the birds had previously in the game. So like whenever you're playing the game casually and you come across the stage, you're like, oh, bird, you're gonna jump on it and you're gonna think the bird is going to go down, but in fact the bird just goes up. So it doesn't even listen to its own rules.
Yeah, talking about the music, 5 of these games that are on this list were made by Bit Managers, which is a Spanish company by Alberto Gonzalez.
Yep.
So all the music in these games, well, in these 5 games, were all composed by him. So they will sound not only amazing because he's an absolute great composer, but they might like sound kind of similar, in the same vein at least. But yeah, it's amazing music. So yeah, it's definitely made by a European composer, and I think he also does most of the sprite work for all the games.
Yep. Yeah, he does a lot of the work just in general for the games. So you'll be seeing a lot of that this Tiny 10 as well.
Boss rushes, I don't think any game has a boss rush. No, just bosses.
Yeah, just bosses. The cart stage. So we just saw before that Sasha and Ariel were on a auto-scroller, a different auto-scroller, where they're flying on a bird to get to the end of the stage. The trick for that one is just to hang out on the bottom and just kind of move and dodge as needed. The cart stage, this stage sucks pretty hard, especially when you have the rocks rolling down the hill. Sometimes, as a Smurf, you just can't jump over it because your head bonks on the ceiling, and you don't get to jump over the rock. And then sometimes, if you're timing, I don't even know how the timing works for some of this stuff, but if you're going into the valley, like you saw there in Ariel's screen, you're just gonna get hit by a rock. So there is some damage that is just not avoidable in that stage. Here we got another vertical platformer. Very, very easy, very, very basic stage. Climb, don't fall, and you'll be safe. We have music. The thing to be weary of is the falling platforms. Once you get into the top and sprung off the screen, you're gonna face off against the dragon. Make sure to grab your Christmas present because you know it is the season of giving all of a sudden, and toss that present right onto the dragon's head.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure which Smurf we are playing as in this game.
The blue one.
The blue one, yes. Yeah, I think it's just a random Smurf with no real character in this
Generic
case.
Smurf one.
Yeah. Generic Smurf, let's call him.
Generic Smurf Bob. This is stage in the game. Although it's another auto scroller, it's actually a pretty cool little stage. You're in a sled. You can slow down your speed, speed up yourself. Obviously, you have to jump gaps, but I don't know, this stage aesthetically, just visually, music-wise, it just all looks really cool. So, this was probably my favorite stage in Smurfs.
Oh, it's the strong Smurf. I don't know what his name is in English.
Blue. I didn't even know the Smurfs had names aside from Smurfette, and I just assumed her name was because it was, you know, it was a girl Smurf.
Oh yeah, Hefty Smurf, yeah, right. No, so all their names are basically their characteristic. So, Jokey Smurf, Brainy Smurf, Hefty Smurf. There's only a few that don't follow that rule, like Smurfette, Papa Smurf, and another one that I'm not really remembering right now. I can dive a little bit into like the history of Smurfs for people who are interested.
Ooh.
So yeah. So again, all these games are based on comics. So of course, Smurfs was a comic, a Belgian comic actually, from the artist Pierre Coulifort, or just Peo, which is his artist name. So this was actually made up, the Smurfs, in 1958. So they're super old. They didn't appear in their own comics for a while. Like he had a few other comics that he was writing, and they made their first appearance during one of those stories. But then later they got picked up as their own series. And if you're wondering where the name comes from, like everybody knows them, well, most people know them as Smurfs, but the original French name is of course Schtroumpf. That's a word that doesn't exist. It was actually made up by someone who we'll talk about later during this race. Actually, one of the creators of Spirou came up with it during a lunch break together with Peo, and he wanted to pass the salt, but he couldn't come up with the word salt. So he said like, can you give me the Schtroumpf? And if you're done Schtroumpfing with the Schtroumpf, I'll give you back the Schtroumpf, basically. So they started talking like that for an entire weekend, and then it got made into a thing. Very, very dumb thing. I guess most people know Smurfs from the Hanna-Barbera cartoon, actually, which I did not know was made by Hanna-Barbera.
That's how I know Smurfs.
No, that's like the most well-known thing, and it actually had 258 episodes, which is really, really a lot of episodes for a cartoon back in those days. It ran for like 10 years, and it had a lot of specials, so...
Ran for a long time.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got Sasha and Ariel finishing Smurfs. Ariel obviously in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, back from the sewers already. The final boss fight for Smurfs is honestly just a giant joke and the easiest boss fight in the game. You just jump on the other end of the teeter-totter and shoot the acorn into his face and call it a day. Get a key, save Smurfette, go on and be. This is how you evolve a Smurf into a turtle. You save Smurfette, then you have to go into the sewer, eat the magic juice, and you turn into Raphael.
The lore.
the lure.
Yep.
So you're going to see Raphael in this Turtles as well. So just like in Turtles, the arcade game on NES, you'll see Raphael here as well. Just because best turtle, and Is he the first turtle you can choose? Or is it because of his flash? I can't remember.
I thought Leo was the first, but probably not.
No one wants to play as Leo, though.
That is true.
Not even in the new Turtles, no one wants to play as Leo. But the name of the game here for the Turtles is if they walk and swing, they'll actually stop their forward motion. So you're going to see a lot of jump kicking and a lot of slide kicking, I guess you can call it. And a lot of this jump slashing as well to get rid of the Foot Clan off the screen. The earlier stages in Turtles is just like any other Turtle game. You face off against the Foot Clan, and then eventually the game will start throwing the unicycle robots at you and everything else, and then that's when the game starts to become a little bit more difficult because not everything dies in one. Dies in one hit at that point. So
yeah, this is a very basic, what they would like to call beat 'em up game. I don't call it that because I don't think a game where you kill things in one hit can be called a beat 'em up. But that's basically what this genre is. So.
Yeah. So here you can see on Ariel's screen they're going for basically a stun lock on Rocksteady, where they stand a certain distance away from them and just slash them with the what they call the sai. Is that a sai? Is that what
That's a sai, yeah.
Yeah. Slash at him with the sai, and then at a certain moment, Rocksteady will just have a frame that you can hit him on, and then Rocksteady won't be able to shoot his gun at him. That was a really good fight from Ariel. So.
Yeah, as this is on easy, all the boss patterns are very easy to deal with. Once you go on higher difficulties, they do change up the pattern, but it gets harder to hit them, like they're doing here. The bonus game, you catch pizzas, it will refill your health. You kind of don't want all the pizzas because that makes you waste time when tallying it up.
Yeah, the bonus games will replenish your health, and if you're missing a turtle, you can save a turtle. Raphael is the first turtle.
Yeah, apparently. Hey, look, an auto-scroll.
Well, we haven't seen one of these yet.
Yeah, stage 2, the highway. Pretty boring stage, to be honest, but it's alright. The guys on the helicopters are hard to deal with. But I guess they only take 2 hits on easy. Normally, I think they take 3.
Had a crazy good fight on Sasha's screen there against Rocksteady.
Yeah, I love this game on hard mode, because it's absolutely ridiculous. I always play it on hard mode.
I think when I did the review for this game, I played it on normal, because I prefer normal.
Yeah, that's like, at least the boss patterns are a little bit more interesting. Like, all that hard does is make the Mauser spawn at a rate that is just too crazy to keep up with, so... Like every half a second or something like that.
I never noticed the skateboard said TMNT on it.
Yeah. Some of the buildings in the background as well.
Oh yeah. Never noticed that when I played the game. It's the fine details that Konami put into their games. Let's see if they can continue that with Silent Hill.
Oh boy.
But yeah, auto-scroller, basically just flash as the enemies come onto the screen. Nothing too crazy with Turtles, but we can keep watching the Smurfs. You can see here that Josh is on, I called it the Pelican stage whenever I played the game. I don't know what type of bird that is. But
That's an ostrich.
So the Pelican stage. And the stage that Adrianus is on is actually a pretty tough stage because the log rolls. And if you're on the log as it rolls, it will send the Smurf off of the platform. So you have to time your jumping and your landing very, very well, along with not going into the holes, because if you go into the holes, you fall through the log. And you also have to be careful of the hedgehogs, because if the hedgehogs hit you, the Smurf has a knockback that can knock you back into the hole, and depending on the timing of the log, I'm not gonna say you're stunned, but you're in a bit of a stun state whenever you get hit as well too. So like when you're like sitting there, the log could turn and toss you off as well. So this stage can be a nightmare when going fast.
And he got through it. Alright, Act 3 for the turtles, the construction site. This is where things would get crazy if you were playing on hard. There's like mines everywhere. In a bit, the Mousers will start spawning. There's a lot going on hard, but on easy, it's a pretty easy one.
Yep. You can see on Sasha's screen, they don't want to be on the same plane as Bebop. So they're either going to be on the above plane or right below the plane for Bebop, so they don't get shot and they just keep slashing out to hit them. Yeah, I think the construction site, even on normal, is one of the harder stages very early on.
Yeah, especially the second part.
Mouser is probably the worst enemy in every Turtles game, in my opinion.
That's true. Adriana's having some trouble with Azrael, I believe the cat's name. You can kill him, by the way. Just have to throw 3 presents at him, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, I never knew you could just run past the screen in my casual playthrough. I thought this was like an actual, like, quote-unquote boss fight that you had to take out the cat.
Oh, right.
And so I sat there for like 25 minutes fighting the cat before I realized, like, oh, I beat the cat, I can move on. But then I game over, and I was like, can I just run through? Oh, you can just run through the screen, okay.
Mandatory elevator stage in our beat 'em up. What a surprise.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, missed the acorn.
Yeah, getting a miss during the Gargamel fight. It sucks. Because it's a one-hit kill.
Adriana's just getting hecked right there.
Yeah.
And not much they can do with that, unfortunately.
So yeah, you can see Mousers are spawning from the left and the right constantly during this part of the stage. Now they will appear, like, what, every 2-3 seconds on easy?
Yep.
On hard mode, it's like every half a second. It's crazy.
Yeah, your screen gets almost overloaded with it on hard, so... I have played this, I want to say I have beaten this on hard, but this game is extremely difficult on hard.
Yeah.
I would say one thing with Turtles, and this is true for most Konami games, I'm not going to say all of them, they have some choice games, but their animations for the sprites have always been really good. Like when the turtles do like the big jump, you can see them flip up to the next platform, and just like the swinging animation, the walking animation. It's like the animation style for the Konami games have mostly been pretty good.
Yeah, we don't have a timer.
Yeah,
You are absolutely
I
right.
didn't even notice that. Yeah, well, world records all around. how it works. So here we got Ario going against, I called it Mecha Krang. This fight on easy is actually super easy. Mecha Krang is just going to shoot some missiles into the air. They're going to fall down. You're going to see a little, I call it flamethrower, but it's basically just a flame shot. Basically, just keep a little bit of your distance and slash at them and just avoid the damage as it comes at you. The thing with the Turtles games is that they do give you a lot of health. So you can tank. So if you're going into a boss fight, you can tank a decent amount of hits before you actually get in trouble. Especially with the bonus games afterwards that you can replenish your health with. It makes tanking bosses, if you can get to them with full health, very viable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and usually there's a pizza guy right in front of the boss as well. In this stage, he's kind of hidden. But usually you can easily find them.
They've been at it for 5 days. True, actually. We've actually started this race on Monday, but we decided to showcase it today because we wanted to. we didn't want to. We wanted to showcase how well the racers have been doing after the 5 days of practice with Smurfs. So. Cowabunga. I think more so my favorite things in Turtles 2 is like when you fall into a sewer, it's like, who turned off the lights? You know, and you have like the little eyeballs blinking. In the cave stage, if you get ran over, like, did you notice a pancake on the ground?
Yeah.
Like some of some of the damage stuff that can happen in this game is actually pretty comical. But the part that Ariel is on right now with the running down the hill and jumping over the meatballs, this can be a little tough to time because the meatball hitbox it's not generous at all. You can get hit by it from pretty far away.
Yeah, there's 6 runners in total.
Yep. Right now, 4 of the 6 that we know of are in Turtles. We have Sasha and Ariel both in the cave stage. And it looks like Adrianus is about to get ready to face off against Rocksteady after Splinter gave him a pizza. And it looks like Josh is getting ready to face off against Rocksteady as well. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, runners are doing a very good job so far. Even getting into game number 2, this might be one of the longer Tiny 10 lists that we put together. If not the longest Tiny 10 list we put together. Turtles 2 is actually a pretty decent. It's a decently long speed run. It's not anything crazy like Pokemon or anything like that, but or a full game of Castlevania, but it's still a pretty lengthy run here. Oh, so here we got the pizza monster, alien, Xenomorph.
Legally distinct Xenomorph.
Yeah, if you didn't actually know, Xenomorphs and Turtles are actually from the same dimension. And the Xenomorphs actually chased the Turtles off of the planet. And now that the Xenomorphs want to invade Earth, they have also started to invade through the sewers because the sewer system have a big security system. Hence how the Turtles have been around for a long time on the Earth as well. So once the Xenomorphs found out that there were still turtle survivors, they came to Earth and immediately tried to target them in the sewers to try and get them out of their home. So that's canon lore right there. So
yeah, extremely canon. Oh boy.
So here we got Ariel going against the Shredder. Easy mode Shredder, very easy fight. Normal hard mode Shredder, hard fight.
Yeah. He's a big roadblock if you're playing the game blinds on the higher difficulty.
Yeah. And Shredder says peace out with Krang, and then they move on.
Onto the probably most boring stage in the game.
Yeah.
But also, that's one of the best tracks of the game.
Well, they had to compensate for the boredom on the stage. They were like, you know what, the stage kind of sucks, so let's put a banger in here. That way people would enjoy it a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know who came up with the idea of stage 5, but it's like... doesn't even make sense.
The intern at Konami. I just love that Splinter is flying the blimp.
Yeah. I don't think he has ever done something like that.
Yeah, this is... Ugh. The stage, it really is, like, it's an interesting stage, but it's so boring.
Yeah.
Like, you don't. The only way to die on the stage is to take a bunch of damage. Like if you fall, you just fall to the platform that was below you. Think of like Metal Storm. If you've ever played Metal Storm on the NES, you have like that one stage where it's just like a continuous, it's like same platform over and over again. And you just hold right and dodge bullets. That's essentially what this stage is.
Pretty much. Yep.
Yeah, we have Metal Storm, a phenomenal game, don't get me wrong. I am not trash on Metal Storm at all. I love Metal Storm, but that's essentially how... This is basically like the same, similar design of the stage. And unfortunately, Adriana's losing Raphael, and now going to Donatello, which is the second worst turtle in the series.
Wow. Don is the best, we all know it. The boy does machines.
But uses a stick.
It's a hard stick.
So here you can see right now on Adriana's stream the effects of going onto the same plane as Bebop. And also kind of doubly sucks that they lost Raphael and don't have the sign anymore. Donatello's attack, it is a quote-unquote long-ish range attack, but yeah, for a lot of these fights you kind of want to be up close because you want to try to hit them on the frame that they come out of their iframe for. But, you know, Adriana's got through it, and I believe they'll have a chance to save Raphael now, so...
Yeah. On easy, this shouldn't be a problem. Like, Rex 1, I believe the robot is called, doesn't really do much on easy.
Yeah, so right now, Ariel's going, oh, just finished Baxter Stockman, so,
yeah, that's just a mini boss fight. Poor guy always gets the mini boss fights.
Yeah. But at least they put him in the game.
Yeah.
So again, you're gonna see a lot of our runners not stand on the same plane as the boss itself, and just be a pixel or two below the plane that they're firing on. What this does just allows them to not take the damage, and they can keep slashing and swinging at the enemy without having any type of knockback or interruption. I believe this is a similar concept to Double Dragon and stuff like that as well too. So not a foreign concept by any means in these types of games.
I quite like it that in Turtles 2 they mix up 2D plane and then with the 3 axis playing. It would have been cool if they made an entire one with a triple axis movement.
It looks like we had Infinite Mystery on the bridge stage, which is, like I said, I think probably the second to worst stage in my opinion because of the birds. But doing a really good job with the bird platform, kind of understanding how it all is working out. So we got Fetty on Bebop with Donatello as well. Sasha and Ario though having a really close race so far.
Yeah.
Still in game number 2. A half hour into the race. Like I said, like Turtles 2 is a decently long speed run, and honestly, I knew we were gonna put Turtles in, but I never realized how long the speed run was until like after we you put the list together and timed it all. I was like, wow, we have some longish speed runs in this list.
Yeah, there are a lot of long games, but I mean long for a Game Boy at least.
Yeah.
Got another auto-scroller here, because we haven't seen that yet.
I like this auto-scroller though. It's not my favorite of them all, but I like this one because like it gives you something to do throughout the entire auto-scroller. It's not just you stand there and just wait for enemies to come at you. This stage here is the most aesthetically pleasing stage of the entire game, where they decided to give up on graphics and just copy and paste it 14 trillion times, and hope no one noticed. They altered the color, I guess, but it's the same. It's the same image over and over again.
Yep.
This is the stage the intern coded. So he designed stage 5, but he coded this stage.
I mean, there's not that much you can do with a cave, and at least they didn't go with the route they did in the first Turtles game on Game Boy, where it was literally just blank backgrounds. so at least they put some effort into this one. But yeah, it's definitely the most boring one to watch.
Oh man, so true.
Feta has been around for a long time.
Oh yeah, Feta's been around for a while. He may not have done many Tiny Tens, but yeah, they've been around.
I think he did.
I said many. Yeah, I think he did last year's and maybe a couple years ago. But yeah. Yeah, no, they've been around for a while. It sounds like Fetty will also be potentially going into the Mega 8, which is, I think, after this race.
Yeah, I am doing that as well.
I'm not sure, like, I know the Mega 8 is what, 8 Genesis games, right? I don't know much about
probably, yeah. If it's Mega Drive is Genesis, so I assume so.
Yeah. I don't know much about the Mega 8. I know it exists, that's really about it, unfortunately. I'm not much into Sega. Like, I've tried. I have tried to get into Sega. I even ran Sailor Moon on the Game Gear and almost got record in it. I can't do it.
There are cool games on it.
Yeah,
I just don't know them. That's the issue.
Yeah. Like Toe Jam and Earl, one of my favorite games of all time. It's only on Sega, you know, but was it Streets of Rage? That's a good game too.
Yeah.
Like Sonic, garbage. Sorry.
Here we have our second mandatory elevator stage.
Some more elevators. Yeah.
It's literally the same one.
Literally the same one. But the stage that Sasha's on right now, so there's the unicycle robots. They have a little prong that comes out that electrocutes you. They don't die in one hit. I think it takes 2 hits on easy, maybe 3. This stage in particular, this is when the game, honestly, in my opinion, really starts to ramp up difficulty on whatever difficulty you choose on, especially normal, hard. Because now the game is starting to throw a lot more projectiles and a lot more enemies at you. And it's making you kind of think about how to approach certain stages. It's teaching you kind of patience throughout the stage as well too, and just keeping. It's also trying to make a cadence for you as well. But here you can see Sasha going into the elevator sequence now, and Ariel again having to face off against Mousers and the vertical-ish platformer. The Mousers on easy, again, like what Mo said, don't spawn all that quick. If you were playing this on hard or normal, these Mousers spawn at a ridiculous rate, especially on hard difficulty, to the point where like your screen is literally just Mousers. So.
Here's Shredder again.
So, again, like we discussed before, don't want to be on the same plane as Shredder, otherwise Shredder's going to slash at you with his sword. After a while, Shredder will just go in the air, do some blinky stuff, and then go into whatever corner. Just have to kind of react to it and then go with it.
Yeah, as long as you can make him not slash at you, he will not do the disappearing thing, so yep. You can manipulate it to keep him on the screen the entire time.
Dude, don't trash talk Shaq Fu. That record just recently got broken, alright? So that's a hot speed game now too.
Oh no.
I learned how to run it on Amiga. You just wait. I'm gonna do a Shaq attack at a marathon one of these days and just play all the Shaq Fu games.
Better you than me.
Oh, you're gonna commentate.
No, I am not. I'm absolutely not.
So the stage that Ariel is on, there's these guns that shoot off in the background, as you can see, and then the bullets will clank against the floor. If you've played any type of like Mega Man or Batman or whatever else, like the flames that kind of trail across the floor, just knowing the timing to jump over them, you'll be fine. Again, the Foot Clan are luckily enough die in one hit, so. But here we got Ariel going against Krang. And probably, honestly, one of the easiest fights in the game.
Yep, like always.
Yeah. Poor Krang doesn't get an actual real fight in any of the Turtles games. So here what you're going to see is basically Ariel just jump kick into Krang and just kind of back up as Krang approaches them. Then Krang eventually, once they get to the certain part of this left side of the screen, will just jump to the right and just rinse and repeat. So, but now Ariel's going into Tintin, the Sun Temple. Obviously, we're playing on easy. Tintin is if you've never played a Tintin game or know little about Tintin, like I don't know much about the Tintin comics, but I've played like 4 or 5 of the Tintin games. I don't know why the games get a bit of a bad rap. I actually very much enjoy Tintin games. They're not hard by any means, but they do make you think a bit and kind of figure out like how the game is conceptually supposed to be ran, right? Or played rather. So in Tintin, the Sun Temple, in certain stages, Tintin is going to just have a 2D segment where they go left to right on an x-axis, and then you're going to have some segments where they can go on a z-axis where they can go up and down on a stage to avoid enemies. I don't know. It's like an exploration platformer game, and I always like exploration games, so It's just interesting. You have to collect, you know, keys or certain artifacts or do certain things, and then the conductor or the professor will let you move on to the next part of the stage. So the hard part about Tintin is that you can see like Tintin's motion is extremely fluid, and it's almost too fluid because Tintin runs pretty fast, and sometimes the controls don't want to agree with you when you press up or down or whatever else, just simply because you can get locked a little bit into an animation with Tintin. So
yeah, I think it mostly gets a bad rep because of the Super Nintendo versions, which were not made by bit managers, even though they are literally the same game but with like more detailed graphics and things like that. But for some reason, the controlling of controlling Tintin in those games is something feels off in those ones. So I think that's why it gets a bad reputation. The Game Boy ones play more fluid for sure.
this is probably one of my favorite stages in Tintin, because if you don't jump over the speed jumps there, you just trip over them. And the animation for the trip is so good. Plump. It's so good.
Asha again playing it on German, where Snowy has the best name ever. I laugh at it every time I hear it because I keep forgetting about it, but in German, Snowy is called Struppy, and that's just a funny name. It's just funny.
So the stage that Ariel is on now and the stage that Sasha will be soonly joining. Basically your typical hold right and run. Every once in a while you would come across the spikies. You want to jump onto the tree platform to avoid them. All while you're getting shot by a gun off screen, so you either have to duck or jump over the bullets as they approach you. And now auto scroller. And now we're playing Rad Racer.
Yeah, well, is it an auto-scroller though? Because, like, kind of, but not really. Like, you have control over the speed,
Yeah,
so
that's true.
It's not an auto-scroller. But yeah, it's pretty much an auto-scroller.
It's Rad Racer. Or pole position, or whatever. Insert old racing game here. But yeah, so the name of the game for the car stage is, well, don't hit other cars or motorcyclists, because if you do, your car basically just stops and you have to rebuild up speed again. And you also have hit points with the car, so I think if you hit 4 cars, your car explodes and you have to start the stage over again.
Yeah, plus there's a timer.
Yeah, and there's
I haven't noticed. And if you're wondering why there's 2 timers, no, one of them is the timer and the other one is the distance you still have to get through.
Yep. And since this is European, I'm assuming everything is in kilometers.
For sure. Yeah.
All right. Tintin now trying to get onto the cargo ship. So something else that's really interesting with Tintin games as well too, which you don't see a lot of it done well in Game Boy, is the use of other objects to get onto other platforms, almost like a puzzly-esque type of platforming. And like you see in other Game Boy games, but I personally don't think it's done all that well. I think Tintin does a very good job at representing what it could have been on the Game Boy. And you're gonna see this literally throughout the entirety of the game. Especially since here, like, there's no way to get across those spikies except putting a block down and getting onto the block and jumping over. This is a very creative way of progressing through the stage. But Ario does need to be careful, though. They only have one. They can take one more hit before Tintin goes down. But I think they should be. Oh, now they can take 2 hits. But they should be pretty well suited for the rest of the stage.
Tintin, a poor man's Lupin. I don't know much about. What is it, Lupin the Third in English, probably, but like Lupin. I've never seen that or read any of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Tintin is just he's a reporter basically, who goes on wild adventures. Like that's pretty much his entire setup. And he's also super old, like really old. So yeah, again, this is a Belgian / French, well, French language, not French country, comic that started actually in, like, I don't know if this is a thing that happens in other countries, but a lot of newspapers here had, like, once a week or twice a week had, like, an extra newspaper in it just for kids.
The comics.
Yeah, we just had cartoons and things like that, and puzzles to solve. So he was first introduced during, well, in one of those in 1929, actually. That's like super long ago. And it got very popular, so eventually it got picked up by the French newspaper. Well, the Belgian French newspaper Le Soir, which is like a very huge newspaper in the French part of Belgium. And then eventually it got its own magazine, kind of like how Donald Duck had the magazine with like a bunch of different comics in them that had like a page, and you had to collect them all to finish the entire story, yada yada yada. So that was how it got introduced, basically. There's only 24 issues of Tintin, which is not a lot, to be honest. I think they released a new one a few years ago that was made up by like parts that they found that the creator actually was working on or something like that. A lot of the very old Tintins, like the very first ones, wouldn't really fly anymore today, because they can be seen as, like, with racists. They're not racist, but they could be seen as racist, actually. So I don't think those things get published anymore. Well, over here they still get published. We don't really give a shit. Not that we do. Not that we.
Wow, you're just digging a hole now.
Yeah, I'm saying it totally wrong, but we don't get rid of. No, that's also not true, because we do that as well. But we can see that it's not actually being racist, and we don't want to censor it for the future. Yeah, kind of like that. Actually, the same happened with Smurfs. The very first Smurf comic is called The Black Smurfs, which is once the Smurfs get bitten by an enemy you actually see in the game, like those black flies that you see in the swamp stage, they turn into a black version of them, and they attack other Smurfs. That's basically it, but they changed that to the purple Smurfs in America, for example, because for some reason you can fill in the blanks there. Even though it was never meant to be that, but yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
never knew that. I knew there were purple Smurfs, but I never knew the lore behind the purple the purple Smurfs.
Yeah, it's because of that fly, which is actually like a tsetse mosquito, which is the mosquito that gives you that sleeping disease.
Oh.
So it's based on that. But yeah, Tintin has a lot of references as well in the earlier ones that might be seen racist. But most people know Tintin probably from the cartoon, which basically has all the issues in it, which is a very cool cartoon.
I never read or watched Tintin. I know Tintin purely because of video games and Brosensha. So, that's how I know Tintin.
Yeah, he's definitely the most well-known character that came from Belgian comics. Like, you can find his comics in like 70 languages or something, which is absolutely crazy. And yes, these games do follow the entire story of one of the comics.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that either. Super cool. But yeah, so Tintin gameplay right now. So you can see here Sasha is on the cave stage where the name of the game here is to dodge boulders and to get onto the platforms with the loose rocks. So you can drop the rock in front of your enemy so they can't follow you to the end. And at some point here, you're going to see Sasha just kind of like tank a hit and just run to the end to get to the other NPCs so they go on to was it a buzzard? Turkey buzzard? Whatever kind of bird that is.
Yeah, actually I don't know.
I think it's a turkey buzzard. But yeah. So the boulders are going to fall wherever Tintin's position is, and it's just up to you to move left or right. All while dodging the birds that do come from the right side of the screen. You're going to collect your health and your time watches and stuff like that as well. Avoid the sticks. Pretty basic, slow fall stage. While we have Ario here outrunning an avalanche, something you don't see every day. So the avalanche stage reminded me of the Lion King stage, where Simba is getting chased by, I forgot what animal it was now, in the stampede. And basically you kind of stick to one side and you kind of just dodge the stuff as they come.
At least there's a lot of auto-scrollers.
Yeah. The feedback that we got in the past was people wanted more auto-scrollers in their games. So have another auto-scroller after the avalanche.
Yep. 3 auto-scrolls in a row.
Is it wildebeest? Okay, I could never remember what type of animal it was. It's been forever since I A, played The Lion King, and B, watched The Lion King, so... It's probably been like 20 plus years since I've seen The Lion King. It's probably been another 10 plus years since I've played it.
Yeah, hot take. I don't even think The Lion King is that good of a movie.
Well, that is a hot take.
Yeah, I know a lot of people love it, but I've only recently, like 4 years ago, seen it for the very first time. And
well, that's because you're too old for it now.
I'm not even. That doesn't matter.
You can't understand the pain and the hurt of Mufasa getting thrown off the cliff and Simba growing to become the man that he became to save Nala and take care of Scar. That was an emotional roller coaster as a kid.
Look, if you grow up with The Land Before Time, nothing is an emotional roller coaster anymore.
I grew up with The Land Before Time. I've seen them all.
Well, not the sequels. The original one.
Land Before Time.
Land Before Time, 1 minute in, dead.
I mean, you're not wrong.
So nothing emotionally scars me anymore after seeing that. But yeah, I love the Don Bluth animated movies. I'm not that much into Disney.
I like how every time you row the boat, it says Pef. Or is
Yeah,
every time you
that's
hit a crocodile with it? Oh,
yeah,
every time you
that's
swing.
What do you call words like that again? Onomatopoeias or something like that? Like when you... The word is like the sound it makes. It's like in Asterix when you swing, it's like buff.
In most European comic games.
Yep.
Yeah, here we got Ariel in another cave section here. You're gonna see them carry around some rocks to help them get up onto higher up platforms. Utilize some of the momentum that you can get from the slides to jump some bigger gaps, get across certain things. The issue with this stage is definitely the momentum that you have or don't have sometimes, depending on the slope of the actual rock phase. So if it's a downward slope, Tintin will go a bit faster. The other issue is that Tintin changes its animation or its stance as well too. So Tintin, if the slope is too steep, will eventually just like kind of lay down and slide down the slope. But if the slope is steep going up, Tintin is basically a crawl going up the thing. So you're gonna see a lot of jumping and a lot of just like trying maneuvering to get through that.
Ariel is in the maze, basically.
Yeah.
If you don't know what you're doing in this stage, you can be here for hours.
As I was.
Yeah.
Sasha not far behind Ariel at all there, doing the vertical rock segment as well before the maze. Here you can kind of see why they jump up the slopes. Because like I said, Tintin is very slow just walking up the slopes. And you're gonna see here going down the slope that Tintin picks up a bunch of speed, and you can see Tintin's stance change as well too as soon as they go down a steeper slope. Things to be careful of with Ariel's stream is that some of the head armor pieces on the rock piles will just fall down and hit you, and like I said, you have a limited amount of health. Other things to be careful of with this stage too is fall damage is a thing in Tintin, and if you fall down too far, you take damage. So health control is a very important thing in this game, especially in the later stages. Other things to be careful of, that little rock platform that you saw Ariel jump onto, and you saw that Sasha just fell through it. Those platforms are notorious for being picky on how you get onto them. A lot of the other platforms, you can kind of coyote time it a bit and like land on the platform but not really be on the platform. But for some of those platforms, especially the smaller ones, you really need to land on them or else you'd fall through them, which again can be death if you don't have health going into the fall damage. Now Ariel is in the slide puzzle, and the slide puzzle is timed, and it is a nightmare. I hate slide puzzles. I've always hated slide puzzles. And there is a trick to slide puzzles, though. I believe it's just once you've figured out one row of it, the rest of it is pretty simple.
It's a simple trick, yeah. It's like you always have to concentrate on just one row. And actually it's harder with a small one, 3x3, than it is with a bigger one. But yeah, for people who want to know how to solve literally every slide puzzle ever invented, you just start on the top row. You just make sure everything gets placed there where it needs to be, and then you move on to the next row. But the last two rows you have to do simultaneously, so you always have room to move, of course. But yeah, a lot of people try to like do the bottom part and then the upper part, and that just doesn't work at all. You just have to concentrate on one row at a time.
The stage that Ariel is on right now is stress-inducing because I believe it's the final, if not close to the final stage of the game, and it's a very fast auto-scroller, and everything hurts you. You have to climb up the taller blocks. It's a very stressful stage.
This is the final stage, yeah. The hitboxes on everything in this stage are horrendous, so it makes it even more stressful. But yeah, that's Ariel finishing up Prisoners of the Sun, as it is called in English, or actual translation, the Sun Temple. The slide puzzle also is random, by the way, so
Yes.
there's no set pattern that you can do.
Yep. That means Ariel is now on to Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2, not my favorite Spider-Man. I will tell you that right now.
It's I don't know, like it's either this one or the third one, but both have their like weird things about them. What's really cool about this game is that it's actually a platformer mixed with a point and click game, which makes sense because it's made by Bit Studios. They love their point and click games. Best game? I wouldn't say it's best game. I think it's a really interesting concept that they went with. So this game is not really stage based either, even though you can argue that this part might be stage 1. But basically what you have to do in this game is like get a certain item so you can get somewhere else, yada yada yada. Normally in the first part what you do is you find the key card, which you need for, well, this quote-unquote stage, but you also find a gas can. Then you have to knock out Hobgoblin from his glider. If you have the gas can, you can use that to fly with the glider yourself, but people found that if you just hang on to the bottom of the glider, Hobgoblin will take you to the right side and you can jump over the electric fence, so just skips a part of the game, basically.
This game, out of the 3 Spider-Man games on Game Boy, this Spider-Man game, for me, was the most frustrating.
It is frustrating because it's not a traditional platforming game, basically, yeah. Plus the control scheme is
awful.
Unusual. Let's call it awful. Unusual.
Let's just use the right word. It's awful.
It's not, because once you know how it works, it works really well, but it's just not something you would think about how it would work from the get-go, so yeah, it takes some getting used to, for sure.
Like, you have to double jump into a wall to climb it.
Yep.
The web is basically useless.
Basically, yeah. Three kind of works with the same control scheme. Like, it's a little different, but it's kind of the same. Yeah, that one is more of a normal platformer. But the problem is it's a really hard platformer. The second stage is one of the worst stages ever made, so...
Yeah, so here we got Ariel fighting, I already forgot who this boss is.
The lizard.
My Spider-Man lore is pretty lackluster. If it ain't a main villain, I really don't know them that well. Unlike
The
Batman.
lizard is one of the main villains.
No.
What are you talking about?
It's not Hobgoblin, it's not Green Goblin, it's not the guy with the dome head. Look, alright, DC Comics superior. That's all I'm gonna say.
No. Absolutely not.
Hence why we have Superman and Batman in this list.
Yeah, I'll talk about Superman when we get there. I'm only 3 years behind on my Spider-Man comics. I'm getting there.
I haven't read a Spider-Man comic since Peter Parker died, so...
Yeah, that's where I stopped as well. Well, not... When he got back, that's when I stopped, so... But I'm getting there. Problem
I like
is
the
I have to
Spider-Man
buy all these
games on
comics.
PlayStation. Like, the new Spider-Man games are good.
Yeah, those are amazing, yeah. But yeah, now Ariel is gonna phase off to the most well-known Spider-Man villain, definitely during the 90s, Graviton. Nobody knows who this is. Because it was actually an Avengers villain that appeared like one time in a Spider-Man comic. So I had to look up who this was. Like now he's more well-known, at least during with the Avengers, but like he's totally not a Spider-Man villain. So I don't know why they put him in here at all. Maybe one of the guys at Bits was really into Graviton or something like that. But
More well known because of this game.
sure.
Something that we didn't mention is that in stage 1, so if you go to the right and get to the electric fence, if you touch the electric fence, you just die. So, there might be a glitch to get over it, aside from hanging on to Hobgoblin's surfboard, but yeah, if you touch the electric fence, you just die.
Aw, got knocked off there. Ariel is moving on to the best part of the game.
Oh, the roller coaster.
The roller coaster, which you can argue is also an auto-scroller.
The hardest part of the game.
Also, there's Carnage, and you cannot do anything with him. He's just there to annoy you.
True.
Which is also very weird because he's like the guy on the cover, but he's not even the main villain in this game. Nor can you even interact with him, so I don't know why they... Well, they probably put him on the cover because he was the most exciting character that Spider-Man had during the 90s, but... Aw, Ariel, no!
It's very unfortunate.
Oh, that sucks. Oh no, and now Carnage is up there. That's even worse. Oh, well, he's eating out of there, okay.
Yeah, this is not a pleasant stage by any means. If you're on the web and if you get hit while webbing, you get knocked off, so... You gotta be careful of that. You just kind of need to hang on to the roller coaster with the web. This stage is just miserable.
It's basically one big puzzle. Oh, do I go up? Do I go down? What the hell just happened there? I'm not sure why Ariel fell there. That was odd.
It's a really good game, I swear. And for those that said Spider-Man 1 question mark, yes, Spider-Man 1 on Game Boy is far superior to this game.
I do not like the first one at all.
The first Spider-Man is at least makes sense to play. It's hard, but at least it makes sense.
Yeah, this gives Sasha some time to catch up, for sure.
For sure, yeah. Sasha's gonna catch up a lot.
I mean, he's still a bit behind because he still hasn't beaten Lizard yet, but...
Looks like Ariel is making way through the roller coaster now.
Still quite a bit to go.
Oh yeah. This is the world's longest and slowest roller coaster. This is the amusement park you don't want to visit.
Also, I'm not sure how this roller coaster is supposed to work if you're not Spider-Man. Like, you can barely get in the cage. It's for very, very small children.
You just hang on to the outside of it. Like you see, there's 3 tiers of bars, so you can have 3 layers of people hanging on. Like you're gonna hit each other while you're going quick, but I mean, like that's how you get like 12 people on the ride at a time.
Yeah. Oh no, Mario!
No!
Oh, that sucked. He was literally right at the end there. Oh, now Carnage bumped him into the electricity.
Yeah. Now Carnage is gonna be Carnage. I hate Carnage's sprite. Oh god, I just hate it so much.
Yeah. Still a better Carnage than from the movie Let There Be Carnage. So at least we got that.
True.
Let's hope Ariel makes it now because he's on his last live as well.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I wonder if Ariel's hitting the ground too low with the web, which is just canceling the hold.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Just having bad luck with the roller coaster today.
This stage is a nightmare, casually and speedrunning.
It just takes a lot of concentration. Because if you mess up a little bit, like, you get knocked back by there. Now Carnage won't go out of the way.
Carnage is a disaster sometimes. He's just the world's biggest troll. He's like, yo, check me out. I can shoot literally off the screen, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Now Sasha is catching up though, because he's on his way to the roller coaster now.
This ain't the roller coaster of love right now either. Here we got Sasha going through the storefronts, and now Sasha on the roller coaster stage. Yeah, hot dogs 75 cents. Crazy, right? Cotton candy 75 cents. So I bet you a Coke is 75 cents too, but you know what? If this game was made in 2022, it'd be like $5 cotton candy. $20 hot dog. On Adriana's screen, I just love that there's a sailor just like reading the newspaper in the top bunk. It just, yeah, whatever. Go ahead and flip the switch. You do you, Tintin.
Alright, Ariel, come on now.
I've eaten my fair share of 75-cent hot dogs in my lifetime. And 25-cent cotton candy.
Hey, he made
Yeah,
it.
there we go.
Now let's see,
Into the world's worst vertical climber because of the jetpack guys.
True. Let's see if Mysterio is gonna be a dick or not. Because usually he is. Because he has the final boss of this game. Is the super powerful Mysterio.
Jake Gyllenhaal coming in hot all of a sudden.
Oh god, I hated that Mysterio so much.
Oh my god.
That was not a good Mysterio.
Oh. This man, I just. Oh. Alright, Sasha going to the blimp now. See here, Sasha doing quick work with the vertical climber, not having to deal with as many of the jetpack guys that Ariel had to deal with as well. So,
So
ooh,
for people
Sasha
who
first try into the blimp as well. So
yeah, for people who don't understand what the fight is actually, like most of these are fakes, but if your spider sense is going off, it means that the actual Mysterio spawns. So. And you can go after him, but sometimes it can literally take 2 minutes for him to spawn, so let's hope that doesn't happen. And nobody has found a manipulation strat for it yet.
there we go. Ariel taking down Jake Gyllenhaal. Going into Lucky Luke.
More Gonzalez music for
More
people to enjoy.
That's right. Oh, I'm playing Spanish.
Yeah, this is the only one I think that has Spanish language. Surprisingly, because, I mean, it was made by Spaniards, so you would think that's the first thing they would add, but...
Alright, Ariel off into Lucky Luke. Lucky Luke is a pretty fun game, honestly. It's a very basic game, but it can get pretty challenging as well. So, Lucky Luke, you're a Western cowboy, I guess. And your enemies, at least early on in the stages, is just I guess Mexican cowboys. I don't know what I don't watch a lot of westerns, so I don't know what they're actually called.
I think these are Mexican people, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the game is the enemies in this, or the bosses in this game rather. The main bosses are the Dalton brothers, and there is a boss rush in this game in the very final stage.
True. Yeah.
So this game is like I mentioned in the pre-race. This game is actually pretty scary, for it being the halfway point of the race, as this game only gives you a password after the halfway point of the game. And if you do game over in this game, you start from level 1. So, and there are limited continues. So this game being the halfway point is honestly pretty terrifying, especially if you haven't practiced.
Yeah. I love that we're getting commercial breaks again.
Hey man, it's like Saturday morning cartoons all over again.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good time for me to go grab a bottle of water, because I'm out. So I will be right back.
So the name of the stage that Ariel is on right now is, if you look at the bottom part of the UI, you got the lives, you got the health, and in the center you have your revolver. So right now Ariel doesn't have any extra quote-unquote clip for the revolver, or reloads rather. Ariel has 4 bullets right now and no dynamite. So they have to make pretty much every shot count right now. If they do run out of bullets, there's just nothing they really can do about it. What's going to happen is that they're going to have the birds that fly in. Ariel's just going to duck under the top one, shoot the low one, and then when the native comes in, they'll run to the front of the buggy and just crouch and just wait for the arrows to leave the screen. But Lucky Luke has a decent amount of auto-scrollers. And some of the auto-scrollers are actually pretty baller. So I'm actually really excited for this game. Here we have probably the most unfortunate of the game. This one introduces you to the swinging and climbing mechanics of the game, where as Luke, you have to grab a hold, and this is where the game teaches you that you can actually climb on top of the ledges. So yes, he is a cowboy, so he will be either chewing on some wheat or be smoking a cigarette. Yes. The composer for this, yeah. So the composer for this game is the same as the Smurfs and a bunch of other games. Gonzalez composed a decent amount of games back in the 80s and 90s, so also did sprite work for a moderate amount of games as well. Super friendly person too, so if you ever have questions on audio composing, I know Mo and I have reached out to him before on Twitter, and the whole Bits crew actually are very friendly people and love talking about their old games. So we got the train stage here. The train stage casually can be a little rough. Well, what you got going on here is that you got cowboys sticking out of the windows, dropping bombs, which leaves an explosion, and the explosion debris can damage you. You also have to grab the revolver reloads that are kind of hanging from the poles. And you kind of have to know how to position yourself to not take damage while the background, or I guess the enemies in the background, are moving towards Luke as well. Not a hard stage to control. It's just a matter of memorizing where the enemies spawn and which ones that you have to shoot to make sure you don't take damage. At least a significant amount of damage.
Back in time for more auto-scrollers.
We're on the train stage now, though. Casually, I think the train stage was probably like the third hardest stage for me to complete casually. Just because I can never find the sweet spot to I guess stand, so to speak, when this stage.
Yeah, this is indeed, again, a Belgian comic. Another French comic by Morris. I think his artist name was. And he was friends with the creator of Smurfs and Spirit. They basically all knew each other back then.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Ariel, and you'll see soon on Sash's screen why they're emptying their revolver towards the end, is that on the score screen, however many reloads you have left gets counted towards your score, so they don't want to have any reloads going into the final score screen.
Mm-hmm.
This stage is actually pretty cool. So this stage, if you notice on the walls, they have card suits on the wall. So you'll see like spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs. And what they got to do is collect cards. And basically, if they don't have a certain card or a certain something, they don't really, or if they don't hit a switch, they don't unlock the progression for the stage. So there you saw that Ariel just put in the diamond card, and now they need to go and flip the switch that wasn't there before so they can activate the next lamp to come down so they can progress through the stage. This was honestly one of my favorite stages in the game because I just thought it was a very unique way of progressing through a saloon that you typically wouldn't think about progressing through a saloon. So incorporating playing cards and a puzzle element was really neat.
Luke is just, it's not a cigarette. It's
Piece of
just
wheat, right?
Yeah, a piece of wheat or grain or whatever. Originally, yes, he was a smoker, but of course they had to change that later on. I think the Belgian Cancer Foundation made them change it eventually.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of that happen in America too, around
Yeah.
mid-90s-ish. The stage that Ariel is on now is a pretty tough stage because there's a lot of stuff coming at you, and there is now a wind element to the stage. So it's quote-unquote raining in the desert, which doesn't happen very often. And there's a huge windstorm as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it does hinder your ability to move forward, backwards, or wherever. The dynamite, you'll see them pick up strategically throughout the stage. What this does is that this takes out breakable walls so they can collect the items that they need to progress through the stage. And you're going to see here that they're going to move some of the platforms to a certain length to jump and grab a hold of a ledge to progress through stages as well. They got the Miracle Grow to grow the vine, and now they are off to the rest of the stage. And if you're wondering how finicky some of the grabs are, honestly, the grabbing part of the game isn't all that bad. A lot of the controls is pretty fluid in this game, and you don't have to be spot on to grab a hold of a ledge. You just kind of have to be there-ish, and Luke will kind of take care of everything else on its own.
Sadly, Ariel landed in the water, so he has to redo the stage.
Yeah, Luke doesn't know how to swim. He's learned from the best. He went to the Konami training camp and realized that if he touches water, he just dies. So he will not be touching water, at least on purpose. Also, Luke is allergic to water as well, so he has. He unfortunately just doesn't care for water at all. Hydration bot is actually banned from his chat as well. So. I will say one thing, I've never liked this in retro games, and like I think my hatred for it grew because of Super Mario Bros. I hate springs and springboards in video games, and like I said, I think my hatred towards it stems from Super Mario Brothers because it is I hate them so much.
Yeah, they usually don't work properly. Worst example, Gremlins for Game Boy. Jesus.
For Game Boy. Oh,
Worst sprigs ever made.
oh, brutal. So here Ariel is on the Stampede. Lucky Luke's version of the Stampede. This is actually a pretty interesting stage as well too, as it is an underscroller, an auto scroller. But there's also a lot of obstacles in the way between bear traps. You have the wooden gates. You have pits that you need to go into to duck underneath the bulls as they chase you, and eventually you have parts where Luke has to hang from a pole and things of that nature. So, very interesting stage. A lot of tight jumping in the stage as well too to avoid damage. It's just honestly, it's a pretty cool auto scroller. I'm not a huge auto scroller guy, but I really enjoy the auto scrollers in Lucky Luke, even casually.
They're fine. They're pretty interesting at least. Ooh, Joss got lucky there with those spawning orbs. Almost fell into the milk.
Oh, milk.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out for that. You gotta watch out for that milk, man.
Yeah.
Lactose intolerant.
Spidey's one weakness, milk.
Kryptonite is milk. Yeah, you can see here now on Ariel's screen that they are on the hanging section of the Stampede. Here, unlike the platform grab climbing segments, the rods to grab a hold of and dangle from are not as forgiving, as you can jump through them pretty easily. Luckily enough, though, this stage does give you a decent amount of items such as health and stars to at least give you a fighting chance if you do mess up a couple times.
Yeah, because it's a long stage. You do not want to die in this stage.
So, Josh now on the roller coaster. Meanwhile, Adriana is finishing up Tintin. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes power-ups are just in the way to grab. I mean, you do need some of them, but other times you're gonna see our runners just arbitrarily use them just to get them out of the inventory. Again, this is to make the score screen at the end of the stage go faster. The more reload clips that they have at the end, the more dynamite that they have, stars, etc., all count towards the score count at the end of the stage. So you're going to see them unload reload clips and try and get rid of as much dynamite as they can afford to without messing up the stage.
Just notice that those rake guys have like really big ears.
Do they?
At least that's what it looks like.
Are you sure it's not part of the hat?
I don't think they even have a hat on.
Alright, Sasha's on the same stage. I'm gonna have to... Oh!
Yeah, I think it's their ears. What a shat thing.
It's the duck and toy soldier conversation all over again. Here we go.
We all know it's a duck.
It is a duck. It very much still is a duck. You are correct. So this fight is similar to the fight that you saw in the saloon, where instead of jumping over a rat, they are now jumping over a bull. But very much, excuse me, the same fight.
Yeah, now I'm pretty sure it's ears because the other guys that come out of the barns have like have a very big nose, so I guess they're probably based on characters from the cartoon or the comic, but I don't think I've ever read Lucky Luke.
I knew nothing about Lucky Luke until I played the game. I still never watched any of the cartoons or read any of the comics.
Yeah, I've seen the comics, but the cartoon I mean, but I'm pretty sure I've never read Lucky Luke.
But so Ariel on another auto-scroller. This auto-scroller is rough. A lot of blind jumps that you have to understand where you're going to land. There are beavers in the stage that will eat the platform that you're standing on, so you need to know when the beavers are coming up. There are whirlpools, there are breakaway platforms. This stage is brutal and it's long. Another long auto-scroller, so and again, this game doesn't offer checkpoints, so if you die, you start the stage over again.
I love how you're shooting that guy's pants off.
Yeah, shoot the belt buckle, man. I will say the game is friendly enough to where, like, as you're jumping over the water, if it is a movable platform, it will follow under you. Even if you do, quote-unquote, miss the platform, it will still follow where Luke is going to be. So that is helpful, especially with all of the blind jumps that you have to take in this game. Here, basically, we have another fight similar to what we saw earlier. Jump over the bullet, shoot, rinse and repeat. We have Fede finishing up Tintin, and they will be going into Spider-Man 2. Josh going into Lucky Luke. And obviously Ariel and Sasha making their way through the second half of Luke. So here what we're going to see in this stage here that Ariel is on is that there's a lot of breakaway floors and breakaway walls, so they're going to get as much dynamite as they possibly need. They know the route to get through the stage, but this is another stage that is kind of a where the heck do I go type deal, since there is so many places that you can break away to get through. But the name of the game for this one is to find, I called it a wing on my casual playthrough. I don't exactly know what it's supposed to be. Maybe it is supposed to be a wing. And you need to get the special item, and then make your way back out of the cave and progress through the outside of it. The things to be careful of with this stage is not so much like the enemies that are in the wall, like shooting at you, or the snakes. It's the totem poles that are going to be shooting darts at you later on in the stage, because the darts can actually be shot off screen without you knowing that they're coming up. So the stage can be a little trolly with that, so the runners will have to be a little bit careful with that, especially going into that segment with 1 or 2 hit points.
it's definitely like the wings of a totem pole that you were collecting to put it. Yeah.
Full health upgrade. There we go. Ariel now looking clean for the rest of the stage here. The nice thing with Lucky Luke as well too is that you do have a decent amount of iframes after being hit. This is probably one of the harder boss fights, specifically because there's multiple tiers that the boss can spawn on. But overall, it's still a very easy boss fight. I would say the levels themselves are harder than the bosses. So.
Yeah. Oh, missing a shot there.
Alright, well, hope you liked more auto-scrollers. This auto-scroller here, Luke is being chased by a tornado. So now we're in the movie Twister.
Definitely run away from tornadoes.
Yeah, and what's going on in this stage here is if you've ever played the Karate Kid, and you remember the wind stage, how you had debris that came to the Karate Kid, pretty similar idea, except this time you can shoot the debris and don't have to worry about it. So, but don't touch the tornado because you will perish. Ariel there and I having a little trouble getting on top of that rock. I don't know. I think it's because like as through parts of the stage, what happens is that Luke can't run forward because the wind pool, so to speak. So if you're trying to jump at a certain point while the tornado is trying to pull you in, you don't move forward. So you're just kind of jumping in thin air, doing nothing.
Yeah.
But this stage casually was tough because you kind of had to know when the debris was coming at you and when the tornado was going to start pulling you in. Because if you're too far to the left and the tornado pulled you in, you die. But if you're too far to the right, then you get hit by the debris because the debris comes in at like Mach 3 speed. So it's definitely a balancing act to do this stage. But if you know where the stuff is going to spawn, when it's going to spawn, you can preemptively get ready to shoot it out of the air. And here we have basically the Saloon Fight 3.0, except this time we don't have to jump over an enemy. And Ariel shooting all of their, or Josh rather, shooting all of their bullets. Just looking at the bottom screen there. Josh shooting all the bullets. You can see there that Josh is now having to punch the boss, which is not the end of the world because I believe it still does the same amount of damage as the bullet. So,
yeah. I do recommend that people play the Super Nintendo versions of these games as well, just to see how much alike but different they are.
Also, if you are going to play the handheld version of Lucky Luke, I honestly do if you're casually, I do recommend you play the Game Boy Color version, only because it gives you passwords after every stage.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the DMG Game Boy version that you're seeing right now only gives you, it actually gives you 2 passwords, It gives you 1 for the halfway point, and it gives you 1 for beating the game.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense at all. So... So Luke right now, or Ariel right now in the prison, this stage is honestly pretty long with a lot of high segments that you need to grapple along, like swinging lamps and things of that manner. You need to preemptively have your dynamite and stuff like that ready. Also have to be careful of the prisoners that are throwing pickaxes at you as well. And rolling I get cannonballs, I guess you can call them, but basically the ball and chain at you. So in this stage here, the runners are going to get a bone, which means they need to now go back down into the bottom segment where the water was. And remember, Luke doesn't know how to swim, so if they touch the water, they just die, and then have to do the stage over again. But they get the bone because it's going to be a guard dog, essentially, at the end of the stage that they need to get through. Here you can see Adrianus in the awful vertical segment of Spider-Man 2. The jetpack guys are just the absolute pits in the vertical segment. Remember, if you're on the web and you get hit, you let go of the web, so...
You're getting some crappy spawns. Jeez.
Vertical segment's so bad.
Oh, well. Got shot up there, but then... Oh, no. So yeah, you do not want to run out of webbing here, because there's no way to get more webbing. I think he's there, though. Yeah, okay.
Got it. Alright. To the blimp.
Here's the boss rush in Lucky Luke.
Yep.
Radioactive jetpack.
So here was the saloon fight that you saw earlier. So if you're playing Lucky Luke casually and you get to this stage, you're probably thinking to yourself, "Wow, they're giving me a lot of bullets and a lot of dynamite." It's because you need a lot of bullets for this stage. Mostly because like each boss takes like 6 to 8 hits each, so if not more. So you need a lot of reload clips just for the boss rush at the end itself. Especially since casually too, you'll probably be shooting the prisoners as well to get them out of your way. So the game just offers you a lot of bullets to get to the final stage.
Got an amazing commercial break. And that's the end of Lucky Luke.
And just like that, Ariel is now on to Swamp Thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No, for it being a very crap game, that title screen looks pretty damn good.
And that's probably the only thing that looks good in this game.
Oh, it's better than Swamp Thing NES.
It actually is better than Swamp Thing.
Yeah,
NES.
I'm not even memeing. It's better than Swamp Thing NES.
It sucks, but it's still better. Yeah, this is a game that exists that makes zero sense if you do not have a manual.
The game that exists. Yeah, no, you couldn't have stopped right there. You were right.
So yeah, a lot is going on the screen, and nobody knows what is what. So the upper bar on the right is your health bar, which of course goes down when you get hit, but it also goes down when you do an attack. If you hit an enemy, you lose that part of your life. The other bar that you see that just keeps going down is the environmental health bar, which is kind of a timer, but also kind of not. You just have to make sure you clean up all the trash in time to extend that timer so you don't die. The only way to do that, though, is by, like you see those cans and things like that, the only way to do that is by picking up that recycle icon, which gives you a recycle attack. And you do that by pressing select and A or select and B. It's a dumb combination. It took me forever to figure out because I didn't have a manual, sadly. Select and B, yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, select an A, stage select. Also dumb. But yeah, it's a pretty dumb game. Here you can see the pyramid maze, which probably looks like what the hell is happening on the screen right now. So you have to pick the right symbol in every room to get through this maze. Once you know it, it's fine, of course, but...
The environment is dying. Ariel needs to save it.
Yeah, it's getting close to that. He's at the boss, though. I have zero ideas what the boss's names are. I honestly know nothing about Swamp Thing. I know it has been rebooted like 74 times already because nobody actually really reads Swamp Thing anyways. And the last time I saw him show up was in that animated Harley Quinn movie.
Yeah.
That suddenly it was Swamp Thing, and I was like, what? Like, unbelievable. I don't think he's a very interesting character.
I don't think so either.
Like a lot of DC comic characters, sadly.
Wow. Calm down here.
But yeah, Swamp Thing is really weird. And I know he has a Marvel counterpart, but isn't he also just called Swamp Thing? Like, I know there's like a swamp monster in Marvel as well, but Man-Thing, yeah, there you go, that's him. Literally the same character. Literally the same character. Swimp Thing, yeah. But yeah, they look very similar, but again, that's also a character I don't really know much about.
The issue with Swamp Thing for me was that the game gave me a really, really bad headache because everything just looks so blended together, and then there's this like random flashing that can happen. This game, like we had the first time I played this game, and the only time so far I have played this game was for the podcast episode, and I couldn't even finish the game because it gave me such a bad headache.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of flashing.
That's the benefit of Superman, though, alright?
Nexus of reality. Yeah, when it comes to Marvel's multiverse and cosmic universes, I zone out because I never find it interesting.
Same.
Like, it's just... I really don't care. I want my down-to-earth stories. They're already hard enough to keep up with anyways.
So the problem with Swamp Thing is eventually, once you're low on health, Swamp Thing can't really attack. So if you don't have any health, you're kind of just there to be there.
Mm-hmm. So what Ariel did there was the stage select. Like, he wanted, he was having troubles with the boss, so he was like, I'm gonna yeet out and do the other level first. Yeah, you do not have to kill the boss in one bar of health.
Yeah.
Like, they keep their health during the fights, which is pretty cool.
In the ice stage here, Swamp Thing faces off against his clones because even the Boulder Men look like Swamp Things.
The Green Protector. Yeah, it's just a weird character. Like,
We get to listen to the banger soundtrack too. It's probably the best OST you'll hear all day.
Oh boy, no. So yeah, there's a lot of great soundtracks on this list. Swamp Thing and Superman, however.
Superman is a gem, okay?
Very dull gem, but...
Wow! Out of all the boss fights in Swamp Thing, this was the only one I could beat before I had to stop playing.
Yeah, everybody was like, why did you put Swamp Thing in? But in the end, when they learned the speedrun, they were like, this is actually not that bad. And it really isn't, like...
Yeah, speedrun-wise, the game itself is actually probably a decent speedrun. It probably isn't the greatest, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely better than casually playing the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like Superman, right? Like, Superman casually was brutal. Just, not brutal because it was hard, it was just a bad game. But, like, speedrun-wise, it seems like people somewhat enjoyed it.
Yeah.
At least finding ways to break it more, or finding, like, little, like, weird, like, efficiencies in it.
Ariel in the final stage. Which is also kind of a maze. He's gonna take it that there. On purpose.
I like that thing throws cleavers.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what it's supposed to be. So you see Ariel switching to the Torn. Like, it's kind of like Mega Man, where if you beat a boss, you get their power. But most of these are like the most useless things ever. But the Torn suit, I guess, protects you against poison. And that enemy that is in the way there poisons you, so it's best to switch to the Torn so you don't get hit by that. What are the other ones? Bark and another one. Ammo. There you go. Shit.
I just love the fact that if you go too fast in that segment, you die. So you gotta slow down the speed run to do the speed run.
Yeah. Everybody should get their boss's power when you beat them, that's true. Or at least their paycheck. It's like Highlander rules, basically. There can be only one, so if you defeat them, you get their powers.
This boss fight was actually pretty cool to watch you do, because unlike the other boss fights where they give you like health ups, this one here requires you to use your recycler to take out the trash to get health back for your attack. I thought this was a really interesting fight.
Highlander is an amazing first movie and TV series, and then there's also other movies that should never be watched.
Congratulations, you have saved the world. You have saved the swamps. Welcome to Spiru.
Yeah. But yeah, Highlander is like immortal people exist, and they can only be killed by cutting off their heads. And in the end, there can be only one.
So, Ariel now into Spiru, and you're going to notice a lot of similar animations from Spiru and Tintin.
Yep, basically the same idea. Same goes for Lucky Luke, actually. That's also the same engine. Yeah, and as Christopher Lambert is Connor McLeod's. But the series is actually the best part of Highlander with, what's his name? Adrian? Whatever.
So Spiru, unlike Tintin and Luke, he is a, what do they call him? A bellhop? Is that what they're called?
Yep, bellhop.
So, no reporter, no cowboy. Now we have a bellhop, and like we mentioned already, same engine as Tintin and Lucky Luke. So a lot of the animations, a lot of the fluidity of the controls is going to be very what's the word I'm looking for? Reminiscent of the last couple games.
Mm-hmm. There's even a song in Spiru that sounds... Either it sounds a lot like one from Lucky Luke, or it's the same song. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, Spiru, he is indeed... Well, he started out as a bellboy. It was actually a comic that got written... like around World War II, I believe. He was based in Brussels in a hotel where he worked. And then he met his friend Fantasio, as he's called in English, who is a reporter, and he takes him away from the hotel business and basically makes him a reporter as well. And just like Tintin, which had a magazine of its own, Spiru also has one of those magazines. So a lot of new comic writers got introduced through that. Tintin doesn't exist anymore, I believe, in the magazine, but Spiru has been going strong since like the 50s or something. It still gets released weekly.
Yeah, I never knew anything about Spiru until you. You were the one that introduced me to Spiru, so...
Spiru is not that well known to English audiences, which... it's kind of sad, actually, because the comics are way better than Tintin, in my opinion. Like, Spiru is my favorite Belgian comic. Again, this is a French one, but I of course read the Dutch ones, but it's my favorite series for sure. There are a few English releases, but only in the UK, so I don't think you can properly get them in America. You might be able to, which would be cool. Those are released in a very weird order, though, so you can't. I mean, all the stories are basically separate stories, but they do have some continuity to them. So it doesn't make sense that they are releasing them in such a weird order. And this game is kind of based on one of the comics, but it's actually super based on the one animated movie that was made for Spirou. So yeah, this is not a story from the actual comics, but the main baddie, what's her name in this one again? Cyanida. She's basically a robot that goes haywire, and she has the ability to manipulate other objects around her. So she uses that as a way to attack them. In the comics, she's actually made by a guy who works at like a carnival, because he's very lonely, he's good with electronics, so he makes basically a wife for himself based on Marilyn Monroe. But yeah, it's just one comic, and for some reason they used that for this movie.
Did not know that.
Like the thing you see on the cover art is actually from a completely different comic that basically has nothing to do with that whole Marilyn / Cyanida thing. It's one of the later comics before they canceled Spirou. Now it's back, but it only comes out like once every 4 years or something. But that, like, they do have a stage based on that part, on that comic, so that cover art that you see there. It's basically when he and Spirou and Fantasio go to report on a war somewhere in the Middle East, but they get shot out of their truck, and Spirou falls into like a ravine, and they can't find him anymore, so he ends up in this weird hidden jungle where there's like all these kinds of animals that nobody has ever seen before. And there's like one animal that's, if it stings you, you go insane, which he finds out through a diary of somebody who died there. So that entire thing is about him trying to escape from that place. It's a really good one.
Ariel unfortunately missing the ladder there at the end.
Yeah.
Having to, in true Tintin Lucky Luke engine fashion, restarting the stage.
Yeah, ledges are weird in Spirou. Let's just call them like that. How did the diary figure? No, it's a diary of a guy who got in the same situation as Spirou, and he didn't escape because he died there because he went crazy. I think he shot himself in the end or something. Oh no, missed the ledge again.
So it's so weird because like Lucky Luke, the ledge grabbing in Lucky Luke is not bad, but the ledge grabbing in Spirou is awful.
Yeah, the problem is that it's like the ledges of these buildings are not solid objects, so it's not like you bump into it and automatically grab it. You just have to line yourself up perfectly. And not a lot of people maybe know Spirou, but mostly everybody knows Marsupilami, which is a character that actually got introduced in Spirou when they were in the it's a fake country in Southern America. It's like Colombia or something. They get stuck in the jungle and then they find the Marsupilami. Which is not the same Marsupilami as the Marsupilami from its own comic book series, or even the Marsupilami from the cartoon. The cartoon with like the gorilla named Marcel or whatever it was called.
I didn't realize Marsupilami was its own comic book. I just remember the cartoon.
Yeah, it has its own series where it focuses on like a family, like a male and a female Marsupilami and their 3 children.
Huh.
It's also pretty good.
Yeah, I definitely remember the cartoon or the TV series rather.
Yeah, that one is all kinds of crazy. Like they just did weird stuff with it. Super Salami.
Super Salami. That I would have lived in that world. So the stage that Ariel is on now is actually pretty cool. You have the flight, you know, it's an auto-scrolling. Here's your shmup segment for those whoever was complaining about that earlier. But this was pretty cool because you actually need to get the fuel tanks to keep flying. So I always thought this stage was actually pretty neat. And now I just want Super Salami.
We always have a shmup.
We're always prepared.
Basically, the stork stage in Smurf is also a shmup.
True. You can attack things as the pelican. So ostrich, wherever it's supposed to be.
It's flying ostrich. Here's a stage very reminiscent of the one in Tintin.
Yep.
Here you're looking for this guy. I don't know his name. I don't even know if he's in the cartoon/animated movie because I've seen it once when I was a little kid and it's really hard to find nowadays. But that thing actually is some kind of creature from the future that eats everything that it sees, and then later just poops it out in bubbles.
Reason 639,000 why springboards are awful. If you saw it in Ariel's screen there, they hit the springboard and just fell into the pit because springboards just are an awful thing and should never be put into a video game.
I'll see if I can find the creature or a picture of the creature, but I don't remember the name of it, that's the issue.
But we got Josh going into the swamp thing. And we got Sasha going after the tank mace boss here. Ariel trying to get a control of the springboards because the springboards are just nonsense. And Fetty going after Mysterio and the Spider-Mans. I like that squirrel, mole, whatever it is electric and can electrocute Spiro. Very nice ledge grab there by Ariel to get to the end of the stage. Auto scroller. Betty now moving on to Lucky Luke now, I believe, as well.
Here it is, I found a page of the comic in question where you can see the guy at the top, the purple thing.
Oh yeah.
So that's that creature. I still don't remember his name. Snoarf or something like that.
The only reason they got attacks is because they got bit.
Yeah, these bat-looking things on Ariel's screen, those are those creatures from that hidden valley. That's why they look so weird, because they're not like real bats or real animals.
Yeah, the tough part with the auto scroller that Ariel is in as well is not so much like dodging the obstacles or the spike pit, it's having to jump across the spike pit and grab a hold of the ledge. So a lot of the ledge grab mechanics makes the stage a little hard, simply because sometimes Spiro doesn't like to grab a ledge.
This Spiro is really cool.
Johnny Quest was awesome.
But this Spiro is like a gag comic. It has some choice things in it. Very, very naughty comic. Johnny Quest. I know nothing about Johnny Quest.
Do you not know anything about Johnny Quest?
Well, I know I've seen it like a few times, but that wasn't really like a big thing over here.
Looks like Adriana says in the river stage, the probably one of the harder stages aside from the tornado stage in Lucky Luke. Josh making their way through Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing is a game. If you've never played it and don't know what you're doing, you're in for a treat with that game. Even if you know what you're doing, you're in for a treat.
Yep. I see there you see the flies in the swamp that make you go mad. Kinda reminiscent basically of what happened with the Smurfs.
So we can say that the Smurfs are a distant ancestor to Spiro. Which in turn is also related to Tintin, and Lucky Luke, because Tintin is the great-great-grandfather of Spirou, and Lucky Luke is just like a cousin that migrated to America.
Sure.
See, we always make sure with the Tiny 10 we fit in some deep lore into the games.
Yes.
Always 100% accurate as well.
I wouldn't say that.
We never lie about lore. It is respected and told.
Oof, that was bad timing. This is definitely my least favorite stage of the game.
Yeah. Especially since, because like you can take so much damage in this stage, and there is fall damage in this game as well. So you do have to be really, really careful with just projectiles and just falling from branches.
Whew. Ariel survived
that was close. And auto scroller of the Tiny 10. That was the actual theme of the Tiny 10. Was auto scroller.
Indeed. Yeah.
Wasn't even comics. We just said that to make it sound good. Here you can see on Josh's screen, taking their time going through the teleporters, you can see just how much lag can pop up on the screen with all the sprites and everything that has to be loaded in on the screen at any given time. It can be a lot. Josh needing to get some health, or just taking intentional death there to get some health back for his attack. Yeah, taking the intentional death there to get the health back.
Yeah, luckily there are plenty of lives in this game. And you can also farm them by...
Yep, I was going to say, the runners have found out ways to farm certain power-ups as well, too. Especially one-ups in Swamp Thing. So, even though it is a bit of a harsh game in terms of the game overs and just the difficulty curve of the game, there are ways that you can, I'm not going to say cheese, but farm enough one-ups to get yourself through the game. But luckily, if you are wanting to play Swamp Thing at any given moment, we do have a scan of the manual. So
yeah.
the manual is publicly available now for people. So when Mo and I originally played the game, there was no manual publicly available.
Fun times. Sushi pieces. Yeah, for anybody who's wondering what those things are the bellhop hats. Not sushi pieces.
Also,
Unlike,
unlike Spiro's cousin Luke,
I
Spiro has
was
actually
just,
learned how to swim.
I was just gonna say that as well.
We have evolved to the point where our characters now know how to swim in water. So until we get to Astrid.
Yeah. It's a very scary jump in this stage. There it was. That thing killed me so many times.
I have been swallowed by that pit so many times on that slide.
Yeah. Still not sure why candies blow up rails, but like, maybe it's something from the movie that I just don't know about, but
I always love the slide animation for Spiro. Just head first, legs up in the air, just go.
well, Sasha taking it dead on one of those stupid fly thingies. And Ariel basically in the final stage.
Adriana's going one-on-one against the tornado. Making Twister 2 over here. Unfortunately, there are no cows that get flown to the screen. Although Adriana does need to be a little careful being close to the left side of the screen, especially during the pull. As the tornado does one-shot you.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of health.
Yeah. You get hit a lot by the debris too. Gotta be careful on the right side of the screen because the debris does come flying in. So you gotta be ready to shoot that when it comes through. Finishing the level. Moving on.
Ariel going into the escape sequence. But plenty of time.
Oh yeah.
Problem is, if you fall, you have to do the entire stage again, so you do not want that to happen.
Adriana's in the final stage of Lucky Luke. Very, 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 very long stage. We're going to be getting some dynamite to break out some walls that will eventually they make their way up to get a bone. Yeah, it's a very, very long stage where they have to collect multiple different items to make their way through it, and if they die at any point in the final stage, they have to restart it and collect all the stuff again. So it's one of those be very, very careful, or you won't make it type deals.
So yeah, I was just gonna say, hopefully Ariel clears all the jumps in this final part. Sadly, he didn't, so he has to restart his entire stage. Yeah, another opportunity for Sasha to catch up a little bit. But yeah, let's hope for Ariel it stays with that one fall. Because he did have troubles with that part during practice as well. And it is very scary because it's like right at the end of the game.
All right. So to pause Swamp Thing is start and select.
Yes.
That's right, it wasn't just start. Right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, whoever came up with the whoever came up with the control scheme for Swamp Thing, I hope they got fired.
Oh, so here we go. Dr. Arcane and his Unmen. So they got Dr. Demo pollutes the desert, uses voodoo to defeat Swamp Thing, guards the bark skin bio-restorative. Skin Man, these names are great. Skin Man pollutes the Arctic, flying attacks and guards the camouflage bio-restorative. So Josh right now in the Arctic will be facing off against Skin Man soon. And then Weed Killer pollutes the forest, attacks with a poisonous spray, and guards the thorn skin bio-restorative. And Dr. Arcane pollutes the world from his hidden lab and can mutate into many forms.
There you go.
There is the lore behind Swamp Thing.
Ariel getting close to the end. Let's hope he makes all the jumps. Okay, he did it. Facing off against Cyanide, which is a pretty easy fight.
AKA Danny Phantom.
It looks like...
Yeah, it looks like Danny Phantom.
There you go. That was Spiru.
Now on to Superman. Best game, second best game in the list.
Oh boy. Good old Titus.
Made by Titus. How can it be bad?
Well, first of all, they used like color it yourself picture for for the title screen and the end screen.
That's the same. Look how fast they're going. This is a real speed run. All right.
Oh man.
Like, in a speed run, you gotta go fast. Look how fast they're going.
At least it will be over quick.
It will be over quick. You are right on that. So the name of the game here is collecting keys, and stage 1, you can beat up the 3 guys on the ground to get 3 keys, and there's another key floating. Here in the second stage, you get an auto-scroller that we haven't seen before, and you have to get 2 keys. However, the 2 keys are at the very end of the stage. Towards the pit, too, even, so it's even better.
Yes. So the reason why Ariel is taking damage is if you don't have any health anymore and you go into the next stage, you get a refill. For some reason. And otherwise, you don't.
So stage 3 is where the actual game becomes a game. And as you can see there, Superman can be Superman and just glitch through anything. This is probably the best game, best speedrun. See, it's fast-paced, and has glitches.
So yeah, normally you have to shut down all the electricity before you can move on, but you can just skip everything. And then you fight whoever this is, because I literally know nothing about Superman here. I'm sure it's a well-known villain, but I have no idea who it is.
It is the Lexoskel 5000.
Oh, it's just a bot made by Lex Luthor, okay.
Yeah. Now we're in the original NES Turtles water, where everything is very wavy and very hard to see and control.
Yeah, and the sharks have the key, and sometimes the shark goes off the screen and never comes back again, and then you're like, well.
Do you like that Superman is still doing the Superman fly? Just kicking his legs to swim.
Yep. Also, for anybody who actually reads Superman, does he fight a lot of sharks? Because there's a lot of sharks in this game. But I've never known Superman
Look
to
how
fight a
good
shark.
that background looks.
Well, they had to put effort into something.
This is a well-made game. This is the true. This is the purest speedrun on the list. Yeah, Spider-Man, Superman has been around for a very, very, very long time. So
Indeed. And yet I've only read 2 comics. The Death of Superman and Reign of the Superman. That's the only 2 I've ever read. I did grow up with the 90s show, though. Like Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman. I loved that show. Thought it was really good.
I like that Henry Cavill is the new Superman now, too. I think he does a good job with it.
Well, besides that the movies are horrendous, but he's a good Superman, sure. I haven't seen Lois and Clark since the 90s, though, so I literally have no idea what happens in that series, but I know it was... it was fun, at least.
Yeah, I haven't read much Superman comics, but I have watched a lot of Superman. The cartoons, the movies, TV shows.
Yeah, I've seen the movies, like the old movies and the newer movies, but... yeah. I guess the ones from the animated DC universe, those are fun at least, but they're always based, of course, on actual comics.
Yeah.
Like that's how I found out about Death of Superman and, well, not that. The Death of Superman and Reign of the Superman. Those were actually cool
Look at that
comics.
crawling animation. He was army crawling through that space. You see that? Doesn't need to fly all the time.
So this is an awkward stage where, for some reason, if one of these villains falls into the laser, or electricity, or whatever you call it, you die. So...
Ooh.
I do not care much about Superman as a character reader. I know there's a lot more depth to him than usually gets portrayed in other media. But yeah, for me, it's always been a pretty boring character.
Yeah, same. I'm more of a Batman guy when it comes to Superman and Batman stuff.
Yeah. Like, again, like, the Death of Superman and Reign of the Superman was actually really cool, but it doesn't interest me enough to read more, I guess.
You know what Superman really is, though? It's just a better version of Maru's mission with all these shark levels. Instead of harpooning the sharks, you're literally just punching them in the face. This is how Sharknado should have been right here.
Oh, there's definitely a lot of fun takes on the characters, but I think, like, because Superman is so old, that's most of those Silver Age and Golden Age comics are, like, very boring things to read nowadays. And like the same goes for Batman, to be honest. Like, if you read the original comics before Frank Miller actually took over, they're kinda lame, to be honest. Like, they introduced a lot of cool characters for sure, but
it's rich guy wants to protect Gotham.
yeah. Same goes for Marvel comics as well. Like, honestly, before Spider-Man came into fruition, it wasn't that great to... Well, it was great during that time period for sure, but there was indeed no depth to characters. Like, same goes for the X-Men. Like, before they reinvented the X-Men during the, I believe, in the 80s, the comics weren't that great either. No.
Ario, though, finishing up Superman, moving on to Asterix.
Yeah.
A game that many runners dreaded. Asterix was not a Asterix was a game that a lot of the runners practicing for this voiced their opinion about. Casually, very fun game. I don't know about the speedrun, obviously, but casually, this game is crazy fun. Speedrun-wise, I can definitely see how this game can be a challenge.
Yeah, I would say that even though quality-wise it will be a bit less, but you can compare it to Super Mario Land 1, where the mechanics work to play it casually, but once you start speedrunning, you have to be pixel perfect on a lot of things. Like, just look at the world record run for Asterix. It's like incredible because the momentum is like very odd. Inputs, I don't think they get eaten. I just think if you don't press them at the correct time, they just don't work. I definitely compare it to Super Mario Land in that regard, and it does kind of look like a Super Mario Land clone as well, to be honest.
Even the physics are very similar, just how fast Asterix moves, the jump itself. There's a lot of similarities to even the engine.
So, and this was the first Game Boy game that Bit Managers made, and you can see it. Like, this was the base where they would build upon for all their next games that we saw earlier. Like, Smurfs is basically a better version of this game.
Yeah. Out of the two Asterix games on Game Boy, though, I do prefer Asterix and Obelisk, though.
Yeah, that one is much more well-rounded than this one. I'm hearing a lot of weird noises downstairs, so I'm gonna check that out real quick.
Alright, well. Good luck. So the one big problem with Asterix is the attack. The attack has to be pretty close because, well, Asterix is punching them. And there is not a lot of wiggle room in terms of a quote-unquote ranged attack. So knowing how far that swing can actually go is it's actually pretty important, even casually, to play the game. Because you can take quite a bit of damage pretty quick playing this. Oh, bounced off the edge. Didn't quite jump off the edge late enough there, so missing that pit. Meanwhile, Adriana's in the Tundra right now on Swamp Thing, making their way through to face off against I forgot who they're facing off against. Was it Skin Man or Weed Killer or something like that? And then Josh, obviously, in Spiru. Sasha finishing, or about to finish up Superman. And then Infinite Mystery is on Turtles 2. And fed it on Lucky Luke during the Bull Stampede. That Infinite Mystery on Rocksteady there, knowing the kill sequence even for Rocksteady, so that's awesome. It's good to see everyone at least maybe knowing the basics for each of the speedruns, because some of these games later on do get pretty difficult, especially if you're not knowing either the routes or specific kill sequences for bosses.
Oh, Feta doing one of the bonus games. So in the stage that Sasha is on right now, as you can see, there's 2 keys. And if you don't pick up one, you get to the end of the stage and you soft lock the game.
True.
Because you can't die anymore. No. Some great programming again by Titus.
Titus makes all the good games, alright? Name one bad game. I can name one bad game.
All of them.
Superman 64.
Yep. Also made that one.
Literally the only bad game Titus ever made.
Sure. Also keep in mind, Asterix is not a Belgian comic, it's a French comic.
True.
But the characters are my Belgian ancestors.
Yeah.
And it's probably it's super popular here as well. But also in France. Oh no! Ariel messing up the skip. That sucks. Might as well die. Plenty of lives.
Might as well just die.
Yeah.
Yeah. This platform sequence is actually pretty cool that Ariel is on. you can do some skips, as you're seeing here. You can just run across the top of the screen like Mario. Otherwise, you have to roll right across these platforms, I guess we call it, and just have to time everything and make sure to punch things as they get in your way. But this makes it so you don't need to have the boulder launch you off the screen through the finish. So
yeah,
it obviously makes the stage faster.
Yeah, in this stage, usually you have to go all the way to the right and then back to the left, but you can just jump over the thing, so... Asterix already in Rome.
Just gotta save Obelisk, man.
Yeah.
This stage always made me laugh because you get a power up and you just literally just run through everything. Then afterwards, you just keep running through everything because that's how the stage is built.
This is a pretty tough section. The speed run for this stage is crazy.
Whew.
That was close.
Yeah. Oh no! You got caught on that one little square.
The Super Nintendo version of Asterix is like completely different. You know, it's not like the other games where they are super similar. It's a hard game as well. I played it as a kid a lot, and it took me a long time to beat that game.
Whew. Yeah, that time though. A little bonks off the A squares there.
Almost at the end.
Yeah.
There we go.
And launch.
So one stage left and then a quote-unquote boss fight. This is also a pretty rough stage, to be honest.
Yeah. Especially going as fast as they are right now. This stage is actually super cool to see in a speedrun. Just because like all the jumps are pretty tight to begin with. And you're going so fast. Up and over.
Missing the jump though.
Yeah, missing the second top I don't even want to call it glitch skip.
Skip,
So there's our boy Obelisk down there, just big chilling.
Alright, we can just tank this fight.
Yep.
There we go. That's Asterix.
Yep. Alright, let's finish up Asterix.
On to the final game. Let's see how this goes. Because it's scary.
We get to watch the intro too for a bit. Oh, baby. Let's go. Intro to Batman Animated Series. Best intro on Game Boy.
Yeah. Really well done.
So Batman animated series, very difficult game, at least casually. Game is no joke. Things do hurt you. Things do game over. So the first boss here we're gonna be going against, I believe, is the Joker, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Been a while. So the first boss we go against the Joker. Joker has a set pattern that the runners will be able to just push through. What's going on here is that we've got a bunch of clowns, and what the runners are going to be doing for this is that they're going to be punching the enemies and just walking through them, because once the enemies are hit, they're essentially stunned and they can't hurt you, so you can just walk through them. As we go later on through this stage particular, we're going to come across some conveyor belts with some exploding teddy bears and things of that nature. You're going to see our runners pick up health ups, I guess, health along the way here to help manage some of the health management they're going to have to do through the stage, as they are going to be taking some damage just to get through the stage a bit faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what makes this game so hard, casually for sure, is just you have 3 lives, and well, lives you have two continues basically. That's it.
Yeah.
The game would have been a lot easier if you just had unlimited continues, because then you could actually like learn the stages. But yeah, now you just can. So.
Yep. And this game does not have passwords.
Nope.
And like what Mo said, you basically have 2 continues. You have 3 lives. If you game over, you start the game over again.
Yep.
There are no passwords. There are no continues.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As to why we made this the final game of the race.
Yeah. The game does, however, have a stage select. The only problem is you have to beat the game to get to the stage select. So yeah.
Here we are, Joker fight with a bunch of exploding teddy bears. Like I said, the runners are going to know where the Joker is going to be every time, since it is for the most part, scripted fight. And down goes Joker. See you later, Mark Hamill. One of the really, really cool things with this game as well, too, is that you not only just play as Batman, but you also can play as Robin.
Mm-hmm.
So in certain parts of the game, you will be playing as Robin to make way through various parts of the stages as well. So very, very, very interesting piece of the game as well, too, since you are able to, or you are, I guess, essentially forced to play as a different character.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to see a lot of cool villains in this that are reminiscent of, Batman. So here we got Scarecrow. And here comes Robin. I love the jack-o'-lantern, the faces, the Scarecrow faces are probably one of the better things in the opening stages of the game. But, you want some lore? So, alright, so you see all these things floating around, like these Scarecrow faces. This is actually the trash you left behind on Swamp Thing that you didn't recycle. So since you didn't recycle, you started destroying the world, hence why Scarecrow is becoming a thing now. Scarecrow is utilizing the litter left behind from Swamp Thing and is making this attack the world. And what Batman and Robin are doing, that they're basically doing a better job of Swamp Thing, as they are being the litter police, and they are trying to stop all the villains from using the litter that was once there from Swamp Thing to destroy the Earth. So. it'll be made more clear in the Poison Ivy stage, because Poison Ivy actually isn't a villain. She's actually trying to help the Earth get rid of the litter by creating more earthy things like vines and flowers and stuff to try, you know, overgrow some of the litter that was left behind. But Batman and Robin actually want all of the glory to themselves, so they're gonna beat up Poison Ivy later on and be like, "Sorry, I can't have you take our spotlight from us." And basically, there can only be one savior of the world. So here we're in the Mr. Freeze stage, and these little turrets are the absolute worst.
Yeah.
This is probably like single-handedly one of the hardest parts of the game, because those turrets are balls, and they're really, really hard to hide or dodge against. So
I'm also very bad at Mr. Freeze fight. I know there's an easy way to deal with him, but I just cannot get the timing down correctly most of the time. Weirdly enough, this game does not feature Harley Quinn, which is kind of strange because Harley Quinn was a character made for the animated series, like she didn't exist before that. So it's kind of weird that she's not in here even as a little cameo or something.
yeah, it's not like she played a small role in
Yeah, she did.
So.
Yeah. There's a lot of other Batman villains that got their first appearance during the animated series. I don't know all of them by heart, though.
Yeah, if you've never watched Batman the animated series, it's by far one of the better Batmans out there, if not the best.
It is absolutely amazing. One of the darkest cartoons ever.
Alright. Alright, making their way to Mr. Freeze. Here's Arnold Schwarzenegger's claim to fame. So what's going to happen in this fight here is that you get the two turrets that are shooting the laser beams out, all while Mr. Freeze is also shooting at you, jumping from side to side, wherever Batman decides to jump from. There is a pattern to the madness, as there is a little bit of wait and some patience and cadence to this fight, but as you can see here, Ario has figured out the cadence, and is now just jumping and punching Freeze in his face. Moving on to the next stage, Episode 3. So, Episode 3 introduces the Catwoman. One of the harder fights that you have to do, but our speedrunners are not going to do it, as they are going to be skipping the fight. At least trying to skip the fight.
Okay, somehow it's really hard to look up the list of villains that came from... what the hell? Why is this so hard? That's very weird. Oh well, whatever. I did just recently get Batman Year 1, the comic.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, I saw the movie. Or is it two-part movie? I don't remember.
Two-parter.
Yeah, it was really good, so I finally picked up the comic itself. Really good.
Yeah, Year 1 is really good. I have the comic too. I've read part of it a long time ago, but I never read the whole thing.
Right.
Here we go. Catwoman, skip. See you later.
There's definitely a few more I want to get when it comes to Batman comics. I think what's really great about the Batman character is that throughout all the media, they all have like their own basic canon. But like, however you want to start with Batman, it doesn't really matter. Like, all of the stories are readable on their own for some reason. It's one of the few heroes where you can like really just keep on rebooting or making up new stories that kind of fit the canon, but also not. That's what I really like about
Well,
Batman.
it's because Batman doesn't have like superpowers, right? Like
Mhm.
all of Batman's stuff is because he's rich.
Yeah.
And he has a company to help him make a lot of this stuff already, and he can fund it. So like you're not locked into Batman can only do this and this and this because that's his superpowers. Literally, Batman can do anything because he has money. So like you can make some pretty far fetched stories out of it. And he already has a pretty depressing, sad base story already because his parents were killed in the alleyway of from the opera. So like he already has a very dark background. So you can literally just go even darker off of that. And I mean, like there are some stories or some some stories that are just like Joker and Batman are the same person. Just Batman is the quote unquote good side of Bruce Wayne, and Joker is the psychotic side of Bruce Wayne. And you have some that are Joker and Batman are brothers. It's like there's a lot of cool things that you can take with the Batman lore and run with it. So
Yeah, you just never feel like whatever you watch or read or play when it comes to Batman, like it always just fits.
yeah.
You don't need the entire background to know what's going on.
And I think that's what makes the games widely successful as well too, is that like by default the games are created pretty dark, and it already fits Batman because it is a dark, in terms of color, it's already a dark comic. So
Yeah.
But yeah, so Ariel is in the Poison Ivy stage. A pretty tough stage. There are a lot of projectiles. There's a lot of up and downs that you have to go through the stage itself. There are currents, obviously drops. There's just a lot of things to be careful of.
This is the stage that stumped me for quite a while trying to beat it casually.
So in my casual playthrough, I found Poison Ivy to be really easy, but I found Catwoman to be nearly impossible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of troubles with this stage. Like, once I've beaten this stage, the rest wasn't that hard anymore, in my opinion. Like, it's still hard, of course, but, like, I felt like once I've beaten this stage, like...
Yeah. Once I figured out the Penguin or Riddler stage, I can't remember which one it was, with like the where the hell do I go stage. Once I figured out where to go in that stage, the rest of the game was extremely easy. But yeah, I thought Catwoman was by far the hardest boss fight in the game. I thought this fight was very, very easy. But we do have Sasha now into Batman the Animated Series, about to face off against the Joker, taking quick work of Asterix there. Meanwhile, we got Josh in Spiru, and we have Adriana's also in Spiru, and we have, let's see here, we have Feta in Lucky Luke, and we have Infinite Mystery in the Turtles 2, about to face off against Baxter Stockman. Yeah, so this is the stage of like, where the heck do I go? This was the stage I actually had a really hard time with. This is where most of my time sink happened in my casual playthrough of the game.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think that's another interesting with Batman as well too. Is that it does have a lot of villains, but again, the villains don't have like crazy superpowers either, right? Like the powers that the villains have, you know, either something they've concocted or something along the lines of like they just can do, and it makes way for a very interesting. It makes way for a lot of flexibility in Batman games as well. So like, obviously you're gonna have the Joker, and because he's just the main villain no matter what for Batman. But I mean, you can do a lot of things with the Joker. You have the Riddler, which is a very interesting character as well. The Penguin, Scarecrow. Like, there's just so many enemies that can fit into a Batman game.
Yeah, like Batman is not known to fight like supernatural beings much. There are some, but like usually it's people with like weird contraptions or something like that. Riddler doesn't exist anymore, right? Like he is, well, I guess spoilers for for people if you don't want to hear this, but like he's Hush now. Oh, I don't know. Like again, the canon is all over the place with Batman, so they can do whatever they want. But yeah, I think the Riddler technically at this point doesn't exist anymore.
But here you can see that Ariel is taking out the Riddler. Once you've hit the Riddler will break out into 4 different beings there. And if you don't destroy the clones, they turn into an orb and they go to Batman's last position. So you want to try and break at least 2 of the Riddlers, if not all 4. But if you're quick enough, you can outrun the balls, the orbs. Here we get to play as Robin again.
Yeah. Yeah, like his character still exists, but like he became somebody else. Like he's not the Riddler anymore. That's what I was hinting towards. And indeed, that isn't permanent because like they killed off the second or the third Robin. Whatever, like the Robin that was his son. They killed him off, which was supposed to be permanent, but now he's back as well or something.
This vertical sequence here is actually pretty difficult. It's a time sequence, and you have to dodge the spores that are falling. Also dodge the fire that is covered, the spikes that are coming from the floor. Meanwhile, just understanding the controls to make quick work of getting through just the floors themselves. It's a pretty strenuous, it's a pretty stressful part of the stage, and it's pretty difficult.
It's such a scary part.
Yeah, this one took me a few tries to get.
I do hope that the most important character ever in Batman canon finally gets put in the spotlight in the future, namely Batcow. Like, literally the best character ever. And nobody knows Batcow. I'm not making this up, by the way. Batcow actually exists.
I want to see more games with Batwoman and Penguin and other various Batman characters. Like I know, what's the newest Batman type game that just came out?
Yeah, the one with Robin and Batwoman and.
Yeah, I can't remember. Night something. I can't remember the
Nightwing?
name.
Yeah, but
No. The team, the quote unquote team. Gotham Knights. There it is. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, like Nightwing and Red Hood, Robin, Batgirl.
Yeah. Which apparently is an okay game.
It's a very mediocre game.
Yeah.
Can confirm. But the stage that Ariel is on right now is the Penguin stage, and this stage sucks because those birds infinitely spawn until you get the spawn off the screen. Because the flapping birds are the absolute pits for this stage because they keep coming. There is no stopping. Meanwhile, as soon as you get on the same plane as one of the roller birds there, they immediately start charging after
you. Yeah, Knights came out like, what, 3 weeks ago or something like that?
Yeah, pretty recent. I haven't beaten it yet, though.
Yeah,
here we are in the
not really interested in the game. Like, I still have to do the final one, like the one that came before this.
Oh, Arkham Knight?
Arkham Knight, yeah. I booted it up and I was in the car for 2 hours and I was like, I don't want to play this anymore.
I never played any of the Arkham games, still.
I played the other ones. I love all the other ones. Yes, even Origins. I also love that.
I have all three. I haven't played them yet.
But yeah, I couldn't get into Arkham Knight because of the car thing, which is a problem for a lot of people, I've heard, so. Final quote-unquote stage for Ariel.
Yep.
It's the Joker again.
Oh, it's the Joker again.
I mean, they could have done anything else, but... And you're not even fighting the Joker, you're fighting this dumb bot. Which is really easy to beat. Konami was smart enough to only give the boss a hitbox when it's on the ground, because you can actually use your grapple to damage enemies in the game. So it would have been cool if you could use the grapple to kill this thing, but they were smart enough to not make it have a hitbox. Yeah, I'm sure Arkham Knight is a fine game. It's just like, because I was in that car for 2 hours, I was like, oh, I really have no patience for this.
Alright, Ariel about to finish up the final boss of Batman the Animated Series.
Yep, congratulations to Ariel with a time of, let's see, 3 hours, 21 minutes, 21 seconds.
In 2 milliseconds.
Yes.
Congratulations, Ariel. First place, Tiny 10, number 13. It being one of the, if not the longest Tiny 10 list that we've put together, so.
Sure is.
Tough games, full games. Congratulations. Meanwhile, we have Sasha going through the Catwoman stage right now and facing off against the final fight of Catwoman. You can tell that because Catwoman jumps around off the walls like a maniac. And looks like Sasha is doing the nice fight here with Catwoman by jumping out of the way, just having her do the roundhouse kick and just keeping her in place. While Josh is fighting some sharks as Superman. And Adriana's is in Spiru right now. I was looking at the asterisk box art as I was looking at the screen. Meanwhile, Infinite Mystery is fighting the second Shredder fight, the elevator Shredder fight on Turtles 2. And we have Fetty on Swamp Thing. And he is in the Arctic, so.
Oh, so the Asylum or the Arkham trilogy does not include Origins?
No.
That's kind of dumb.
It was
But
so
I guess it
bad
was
that
made by a
some
different
platforms stopped selling it. Like, some platforms literally took it off of their store.
It really isn't that bad though. Like I don't get it. Like it just reuses a lot of things from City, but I thought the gameplay was super decent and the story was super decent. Too many auto-scrollers.
Not enough auto-scrollers is what I just heard.
You crazy. There hasn't been any auto-scrollers in this tiny...
Name one auto-scroller. I'll wait. Listen to some of the some of the beats on Batman there, but yeah, Sasha making their way through Poison Ivy stage here. So like I said before, Poison Ivy was also trying to save the world, but Batman and Robin just weren't having anything of it. And those pea shooters right there, those pea shooters are actually the same pea shooters in Plants vs. Zombies. Some of them actually escaped the game, or escaped Poison Ivy's domain and made it out into the world. And during the zombie apocalypse, joined forces with each other to help prevent it. So. You know, I wish they made the flower that you have to punch in front of Poison Ivy like look like the flower from Little House of Horrors. It'd have been way cooler to punch that thing in the face.
Audrey too.
So here we got Sasha going into the Riddler stage, and remember this is a where the heck do I go type stage. They have to punch the correct riddle orb to open the door to progress to the stage. If they do hit the wrong riddle orb, another door will open that they can enter through, but it may take them back to who knows what screen. So the runner does need to know exactly what orbs to hit in order to progress through them.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I am just beat Turtles.
Yeah, Infinite Mystery. Moving on to Tintin. We got Adrianus here going through Spiru on the not auto-scroller raft. Josh making his way through Superman. And Fetty doing Swamp Thing. So again, here Sasha is going to be fighting Riddler, and wants to at least break two of the decoy Riddlers once he disperses, to reduce the orb effects that are becoming towards Batman from his last known position.
Make it easier.
Well, I mean, it's already an easy fight, don't get me wrong, but...
Oh no, I mean, Ariel says we need to make the next list easier.
I just hear harder, so... Navy SEALs into the next list.
And Tekkaman Blade.
Ooh. We'll put Bouncing Ball in there too. Just to amp up the frustration. Dude, Shaq Fu is an easy speed run. Literally anyone can run Shaq Fu on any platform.
That is true.
It's such an easy speed run. The speed run for Game Boy is literally 5 minutes, and to casually beat Shaq Fu on Game Boy is literally 8 minutes. Don't even get me started on the Shaq Fu speedrunning stuff. That speedrun is so easy.
Yeah, the numbers are like their position in the race. Yeah.
Yeah. Intern Kevin. Oh no, Intern Kevin.
What?
What?
I've never seen that before.
I never either. Dude, they put full blast on Intern Kevin. What? I bet it wasn't Kevin's fault. I bet it was Rick's fault. Rick just putting full blame on Kevin. That was awesome. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Alright, Josh going into Asterix now, second to last game of the list. Adrianus still in the cave, on the raft in the water. Betty is watching Saturday morning cartoons, so we got a commercial break there. But they are in Swamp Thing, in the forest stage, kind of in the underground segment. Infinite Mystery, rocking through Tintin. Sasha in the Penguin stage. Trying to keep the flying birds at bay. Yeah, we've had one finisher. Ariel finished in first place for the time of 3 hours and 21 minutes.
Yeah.
Sasha about to go into the Penguin fight, which is essentially the final fight, but second to last fight in terms of game time. And the Penguin fight is extremely easy. Penguin pretty much shares a very similar pattern, where if you hit him on the side, he'll move to the other side, dodge the bullets, dodge the parachute bombs, and that's really a very, very, very easy fight in comparison to some of the earlier fights that you've had to do. The stages are harder than the actual boss fights in Batman animated series.
Absolutely.
So here's Sasha going into the final quote-unquote stage, or the final fight of Batman the Animated Series. But it's the Joker. He must face off against robotic Joker head. Second best game on the list. We'll make sure to put Asterix and Obelisk in the next one too for you.
Right.
There's still more Asterix games on the Game Boy.
And 2 Smurfs games.
Ooh, 2 more Smurf games as well. And another Batman game.
Yes.
Still got one more Batman game left in the arsenal, so. Yeah, Batman Forever is the last Batman.
Yeah, which honestly is also not that bad.
But Sasha there finishing up Batman the Animated Series and finishing the race in second with 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 16 seconds. GG, Sasha.
Well done.
It looks like Adrianus is getting close to the end of Spirou, while Fede is in the final stage of Swamp Thing. He's ready to go. Well, not ready, but preparing to go against what's his name? Dr. Arcane.
Yes.
Oh no! And Josh Stein at the end of the stage in Asterix couldn't quite get onto the what do you guys call it? Seesaw, teeter totter.
Seesaw, yeah. Is it so stressful?
It wasn't that bad. It was really easy to make the list. I don't know what the
That's
complaints
true.
are. This is probably the easier list that I agreed on. I think the only couple games that we questioned was Superman and Batman.
Yeah.
Honestly. Yeah, it wasn't stressful for us. It was great. Race with I don't speedrun anymore. Are you kidding me? I've won my Tiny 10. I'm good.
Yep.
Yeah, making the list wasn't stressful. I don't understand why y'all are freaking out about it. There we go. Josh now hitting the seesaw, getting out of Act 1-1. Meanwhile, Infinite Mystery here, racing against the spirit of the god there, having to dodge the chandeliers and dodging the speed bumps and bookcases and all sorts of obscenities here in this little hallway of a house. Yeah, see, decent asterisks. Now you can go and actually run it and take world record and
Not dying does help, yes.
yeah, not dying definitely does help.
Josh seems to be stuck in the ceiling. Oh. Oh no.
Josh is in the what do you guys
There
call
it
it?
is.
The fort. What we call it? I don't know what it is over Belgium land, but we call it a fort.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Sometimes
I
you
don't
all
know
call things something is weird sometimes. Oh, the Shadowrun. We haven't put Yu-Gi-Oh into the Tiny 10 yet.
That would take 10 hours.
Oh my god. We haven't even done Yu-Gi-Oh yet. Not quite sure what Adrianus is trying. Oh, right. They want to take away their health so they get a refill.
Yeah.
Pokemon TCG is a Game Boy Color game.
Yeah.
We don't do the GBCs. There are plenty of OG Game Boy that we still need to get through. But we have done a Pokemon game.
Yeah. That was dumb.
Which one was it? Yellow?
No, just original.
Yeah, that was not a good time. I think we
Nope.
learned our lesson on that one. That is to never put a Pokemon game into the Tiny 10 again. The Swamp Thing, easiest game ever.
Or Erase It wasn't deep though.
It was dumb. That wasn't even my idea, because I don't really like Pokemon all that much, so...
Yeah, people just wanted it in for some reason.
I'm trying to think what other games we have that, you know, could make the list easier for Ariel. I mean, we could do Mole Mania full game. Glitchless.
Boy.
Amazing Penguin full game.
Well, Ariel runs that game, so he
Well,
wouldn't.
there you go. They've already got practice.
No, not remix.
I would like to revisit some of the Tiny 10 1 games, though, just to put them back in as full games, though. But,
Yeah.
like Metroid 2.
That is long.
It is a long game, yeah.
That is really long.
Well, better start practicing. I mean, we still got what? We still got another Home Alone game.
Yep.
2 more Smurf games. Another Asterix game.
Maru is a perfect game.
Well, let's not get crazy. We haven't had Shaq Fu yet. Instead, we put in crappy Mortal Kombat that everyone friggin' hated. Yeah, I haven't had Sumo Fighter, which is a hella cool game.
Didn't we have Sumo Fighter?
No, not yet. It's been on the list for a long time, but I was the only quote-unquote runner of it, so it was never optimized.
Pretty sure.
I don't think
We
we had.
optimized something about it.
There's only, I think there's only 2 or 3 runners for Sumo Fighter. It has significantly gone down in time since, you know, my original route, but
Could have sworn we put that in.
we also haven't put Prophecy Viking Child in yet. That game sucks. We haven't put Prehistoric Man in yet, or Chuck Rock.
Yeah.
Dude, we can make a caveman themed, medieval themed Tiny 10, and we can really make you hate life. And then we can put Night Quest in,
No.
which is 2 hours or 3 hours alone.
Super Hunchback.
Oh God! If you all really want to despise the Tiny 10, Super Hunchback is the absolute worst game in the world. There are just unfair deaths. The final stage is always random. Oh, that game just sucks on so many levels. Worst games objectively? Oh, well, we can do that.
Jaiba is a great game. Yeah.
What is?
Jaiba.
I don't know if I ever played that. Oh no! Trying to get sucked into the pit there for that final key.
Like, I would like to put Tekkaman Blade in, but nobody can freaking beat that game. That's the issue.
Yeah.
I've never gotten past stage 2.
Tekkaman Blade is not easy. Then we can put in some shmups. People, we can put in X, and
Ugh.
have someone finally figure out how to beat the game and show us how to do it. And put in Pop. We can put in Pop and Twinbee.
Didn't we have Twinbee?
Oh, we might have had Twinbee. I don't remember.
After 13
Yeah,
editions.
they all just kind of blend together. Yeah, we could have Tim and Jerry. Yep, you're right. It's a nice ROM pack. It's actually Tim and Harry, but yeah.
Tim and Harry. That's so dumb.
I was just trying to figure out something that rhymed with Jerry. And Harry was the first thing that popped in my mind. I don't know. I hope someone did. I'm still really sad we never got a Chip and Dale game for the Game Boy though.
Yeah. Instead we got Dangerous Chase.
It's still a good game, but ain't no Chip and Dale. Dude, Dangerous Chase is a perfectly fine video game. Just gotta get good at it. If I can speedrun it, anyone can speedrun it.
Yeah, the other Tom and Jerry game we haven't done yet. I haven't played that
Beavis
one
and
yet.
Butthead in a Tiny 10 yet?
Yes. Last time.
Oh yeah. Man, y'all just don't know good Game Boy games anymore. Put in the Ghostbusters 2 in there too to make things even more fun. Yeah, no, we have ideas. Like we have some games that we know or we want eventually on a list, and we have some games that we just need to think about.
Yeah.
Quote unquote research as well.
We'll just do Double Dragon 3.
We've only done the first one, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, we can do Battletoads and Double Dragon 2, Double Dragon 3. We can do the Japanese Double Dragons. Bruh.
Yep.
We can have an easy beat 'em up list.
Two is very beatable. 3? No.
Yeah, 3, yeah.
No.
We can put some anime dodgeball games in as well too.
That one takes too long, sadly.
True. Have we put mini putt in yet?
No.
See?
Yeah, easy beat 'em up list with like Dark Man. Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon is easy though.
It's not.
It's pretty easy. Oh, See that they're asking for a golf game for Tiny 10.
There are a lot of golf games.
Yeah, a lot of golf games we can choose from. And a lot of soccer games too.
Yeah, let's not do that though.
Pick your poison. You guys will play Elite Soccer for the Game Boy next Tiny 10. And then you guys will be like, I never want a sports game in this in the list again. And it'll be like, okay, see, we told you. You can speedrun 2 tennis games, I found out though.
Oh.
You can do Jimmy Connors tennis. You can actually speedrun that game. I thought about putting the run on or getting a leaderboard up for that game because I do have a run for that game. Well, who said we'd use Golf Game Boy? There's so many different options.
There are a lot of mini golf games.
We can do putt, we can do golf, there's all sorts of golf games we can do. We can put in the Olympic games. We can put in track and field.
No.
The game I told Mo takes like 15 minutes because it literally took me 20 minutes to beat the game. It took him forever.
Hate that game. Hate it so much.
It's so good. It's so easy. Infinite Mystery here, going through the cargo ship auto-scroller now. While Fetty is still in Swamp Thing onto the forest segment. Meanwhile, Josh making his way through. Asterix there, second to last stage it looks like. Kind of going through the it's not the Colosseum, but just, I guess, the Roman buildings. And Adriana getting through the Superman. Meanwhile, Josh went to 4. Oh, I already had Josh. Who are we missing? Oh, we got everyone. The other two.
Yeah,
already
we have everybody.
Man, after commentating for almost 4 hours, I need more coffee.
Yeah, I'm getting to the end of my ability to even stay awake.
It's probably, it's what, 11 o'clock there?
Yeah, just past 11. Well, I don't think I'll be able to keep on going for very much longer.
I don't even have Discord open right now. There we go.
Yeah, that's why I wanted another commentator, but nobody wanted to.
We did just fine.
Yeah, we certainly did fine. Because this is a longer one.
Yeah. We even had Deep Lore.
Yeah.
That was 100% canon. Not made up at all.
Yeah, we can do interview if anybody is
if they want to
interested.
hop in, we can. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, if y'all want to do interviews, just hop into the general channel. We can pull you. I know it's probably getting pretty late for both
Well,
of them.
same time zone for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Not me, that is.
Adriana's now moving on to Asterix. I'm starting to lose my voice a bit too. Eddie also in the final stage of Swamp Thing. Prepping for that Dr. Arcane fight. Meanwhile, Infinite Mystery here on the cargo ship.
Yeah, track and field Game Boy is indeed just mashing.
Yeah.
But there's like
I had to make a video to show Mo like how I mashed through the game.
Yeah, but that wasn't the problem. Like, I had a weird delay problem that I still haven't figured out how it worked. I don't even remember which sport it was.
It was pole vault.
Yeah, maybe.
I remember you had a lot of issues, either pole vault or high jump.
Yeah, something just didn't work there.
Yeah, like track and field, I think took me like 20 minutes to beat. And I watched Mo struggle, and I was like, never had this much issue.
All the other things worked. That was just the one that didn't work. No, wasn't it like the weightlifting?
Oh, it might have been the powerlifting, yeah.
I think it was that, and it just didn't work for me. And then I like beat it offline. And of course I didn't have a video evidence, and oh man, God, I was so pissed at that game.
Then we called him out for it.
Yep. Josh is almost there.
He's getting there.
Oh, that was a waste of a bonus room.
We also got Fetty going against Dr. Arcane as well in Swamp Thing. Alright. Josh moving on to Batman.
Yeah. Alright, I'll go to the bathroom real quick. We'll see if, before I get back, anybody does want to come in for an interview. Otherwise, I think we should probably stop anytime soon. Well, or I'm gonna lose my sanity.
I've already lost my sanity.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be right back.
And Fetty beaten Swamp Thing. Moving on to Spiru. And for those of you interested in doing other speedrun type things, or into marathons, watching for marathons, submitting for marathons, and other types of stuff, here at RGL, we do have Feed the Kids Charity Marathon, November 26th to the 28th. Signups are open until the 16th, so you've got a few more days to get your speedrun submitted for that. We also have, or no, are the speedruns? I don't even know until the 16th. So we have the Coin Op Classic 1cc Marathon, which is taking place December 2nd through the 4th. So. If you're not sure what the Coin Op Classic 1cc is, it is just an annual coin op event that happens here at RGL. Marathon of classic arcade games, 1cc's, pinball, and much, much more. So if you are into that arcade goodness, that is definitely something you'll want to check out. And if you are into the arcade goodness as a runner, player, gamer, then please join the arcade marathon. Well, the submissions for the coin op are to the 16th. I've lied to you. I read things wrong. Submissions for the coin op are open until November 16th, and the event will take place December 2nd to the 4th. No, we didn't lose Fed. Fed is on a commercial break right now. You think Twitch?
Oh no.
So it sounds like Ariel wants to come in for an interview. Just waiting for him to join the general voice chat channel. Alright, I'm gonna pull Ariel in for an interview.
Huh?
Hello, Ariel. GG on first place.
Thank you. This was hard. Like really hard.
I mean, it was pretty easy to put together.
Yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like you had a theme to do that.
To be fair, initially we didn't have a theme. Initially, we weren't sure what we initially didn't know what games to put into the list, and then we were looking at some of the research in the doc, and then thinking about some of the games that we've recently played. And Mo and I have been on a pretty big comic kick lately, and we're like, well, plenty of comic book Game Boy games. So then that's kind of how it started. after that.
I just wish comic book games were better then.
I mean, Superman looked great.
Oh boy.
That was the truest speedrun of them all. You see how fast Superman went?
That was still. That is probably the best I've ever done Superman. It usually never goes that well. Never.
Yeah. Superman is just the game that keeps giving.
Like this list is okay. We start Smurfs, TMNT, Tintin, Spider-Man 2. Cool, sure, this works. It's nice. Lucky Luke, crap, and then everything else goes down.
Lucky Luke is such a good game.
It is a good game. It's just stupidly hard. Sometimes
Swamp
when
Thing
it
is
wants
also a
to,
really
when it
good
wants
game.
it. No,
Yeah, no.
it's not. You can like it. That's fine. It's not a good game.
Asterix, another great game. It's just a gift that keeps giving.
I don't understand Asterisk. I really, I just don't understand it. The amount of times that game has eaten my inputs for no reason, it's insane. I should have done a counter or something.
It's a little rougher around the edges for sure, yeah.
When your attack is 2 pixels from your body, I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, that's another thing. Why have an attack if it's useless?
It's not useless, that's how you kill the final boss.
Oh, right, yeah, of course, my bad.
That you just tank. You don't even have to do anything for it.
Obviously.
Obviously.
How could I forget? I will say I'm happy to have learned Batman. Because that's a game I know it was really hard, and trying it, seeing how hard it is, and then being able to learn it was a really good feeling. I'm happy about that one being in.
Yeah, that was probably the one game Mo and I might have been worried about. Because we both knew it was hard, and that was the biggest reason we put it last on the list.
See, the thing about Batman is that it's kind of like TMNT3 in that sense, in that it's a really hard game, but it's good, therefore it's okay.
Yeah, when we were going into the race, I was looking at the stuff, I was like, man, like Lucky Luke, halfway game, no continues, only one password if you get to the halfway point. Like, that's a scary game for a halfway game.
It really is. And I'm pretty sure that game holds the title of longest auto-scroller in this list, with the Stampede one, which is like 4 minutes.
Every other the Bull auto scroller is no joke. That one is extremely long.
You can beat half of Superman during that auto-scroller.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But yeah, no, the list was, from my perspective, in a way, a pretty interesting just list in general. Like, it was a lot of it's all platformers, right? But they all bring a different quirk to each one of them, which I thought was kind of an interesting mix before. Because typically we try to do like one puzzle game for like the quote-unquote break game, and then some platformer, some top-down, some shmup. Like, we try to break up the genres a bit, but obviously comic book style games are dominantly going to be platform, because easy genre to make a game for.
Tell that to Asterisk.
Easy game.
I'm pretty sure that's not a perfect game. Let's just say that.
I didn't say any of the games were perfect. what I said. Each game brings its quirk to it, right? Like with Spyro, for example, like Spyro grabbing a hold of the edges, impossible. But if you do it in Lucky Luke, really easy. So
depending on the level. I can't give you right now an example, but there have been a lot of times on Lucky Luke where edges just stopped existing for some reason. Like sometimes you just don't grab them. That's fine.
well, that's just Spyro all the time, though. So
True. Yeah. True. Yeah.
which is interesting because Tintin, Lucky Luke, and Spyro all utilize the same engine. So
And somehow they
All
are
three games
very
are
varying
very
in
different.
quality.
yeah, all three games are very different.
I don't know, if I had to pick a favorite, probably Tintin, honestly. I really like that game. Except for the super wide jumps that you have to do for some reason.
Yeah. Another thing I was talking about during the race is with Lucky Luke, like you get to the river stage and the stage is literally 90% blind jumps. And I'm just
Yeah.
like you're lucky enough that the platforms move under you as you jump over them, because otherwise, like that stage that's already hard would just be just brutal.
Yeah, Tintin is on Game Boys is really a fun game.
Yeah, I have played a handful of Tintin games. I've played both on Game Boy. I played one on Super Nintendo and other platforms as well. I've never understood the hate towards Tintin. I have always enjoyed Tintin games.
Probably because Tintin in Tibet, or however it's pronounced. I heard that one is not good.
Perfect.
Haven't
that'll be
played
in
it
the next
myself.
list.
It's
Oh, I didn't know if I'm
yeah.
talking about Game Boy. I just know the title.
Oh yeah, there's Tintin in Tibet on Game Boy.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, in that case, I hate it.
All right, well, that'll be in next year.
Yeah, the reason I didn't pick that one is because of the mini games at the end. That's the only reason, because it kind of the same as Prisoners of the Sun. It has a very weird stages in it, so
Yeah.
this one had a better flow to it.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, we definitely had that conversation as well too, because like we got to the Smurfs and like, well, which Smurfs game do we put in? Then we got to Tintin, like which Tintin game do we put in? Then we got to Batman, and we were like, well, which Batman game do we put in? Because we still have two. We had two Batmans left at the time. We had Forever and Animated Series. It's like, well, which Batman do we put in? You know, like, well, Animated Series is really hard, but like Batman Forever on Game Boy, like not many people have really played that version, so it was.
Yeah. Plus, it's
It was-
another game like Swamp Thing where you need to know the controls because they're not obvious. Plus, the manual for the game actually has the wrong controls in
Wait,
it, so
what?
that doesn't help either. But Forever, like, a lot of people hate on that game mostly because of the Super Nintendo version, but the Game Boy version, once you know the controls, is actually a very decent game. It's just weird because it uses the Mortal Kombat engine.
Oh, I don't like it now.
Oh?
Well, not in the way that Mortal Kombat plays, but it's like you're basically playing a fighting game with fighting game controls, so you have to do all of these
Aw.
combinations to pull off very basic things, and that's what makes it very hard.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Uh,
Yeah, the Game Boy version is really not that bad. It only has like what 1/3 of the stages that the Super Nintendo version
Yeah,
has.
it's really short.
Yeah, you can fly through it very easily.
that was some of the things too with games like Tintin, Spyro, and Lucky Luke, that you take fall damage, right? So
Yeah, which I don't really understand the reason for, but sure.
it was just like there were times where it's like, oh man, they have 2 hit points left, and you fall, and it's like, all right, well they got 1 hit point left. It's like, all right, well.
Yeah, and
Godspeed.
I didn't really learn the intended way to beat uh the cave stage in the maze in Tintin. But the speedrun route at least uses 2 the fall damage. So like you have to fall 2 times and survive still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the health management for some of those games were tough, especially with the thing like Swamp Thing, right? Because like in order to attack, it takes health away, and if you don't have the health, Swamp Thing doesn't attack, and
Yeah.
like luckily, like if you have the lives, you can kind of just brute force your way through some of it, but
Yeah, but the bad thing about Swamp Thing is that if you use your lives to be the boss, then you don't have lives to beat the rest of the game.
well, that's why you gotta farm them, right? So. Again, Swamp Thing, the game that keeps giving.
I don't want what it gives. Thank you.
But yeah, no, it was actually a lot of fun to watch this race and commentate it and whatnot. But because I knew going in this was going to be a pretty, at least lengthy race, because full games and some of these games are obviously not short. So
Yeah, we have like what, 2 30-minute games, like 3 20-minute games.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
This was long,
yeah, it was definitely a marathon for a race.
and to end with the hardest game after like 3 hours, that's
Apparently, Josh has finished.
Josh
I guess the feed for him is like way behind.
I'm watching the Twitch channel for it right now on multi Twitch, and it's still on Poison Ivy stage.
Huh.
oh. Well, I guess Twitch is drunk again. Surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh pulled a 420.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
That's honestly a bigger achievement than me or Sasha. Like that's yeah. He wins.
Yeah, I just refreshed and it's still on Poison Ivy. I don't know. Twitch just being
Yeah.
Twitch, I think.
That's odd. Whatever.
But yeah, so like I said, like when we initially made the list, like I knew some of the games were going to be long, because like when Mo was like, I want to put Turtles 2 in, I was like, okay, like I know that's a long game. And then we're gonna put Batman in, and obviously depending on the Batman, it's gonna be a long game. And so we were just like, oh okay, here we go. So then we start getting these more other games like debated out, like Lucky Luke and Tintin and stuff like that. And we're just like, oh holy smokes, this list is getting lengthy over the time. We're just like, all right, well, here's to the longest time commitment for a Tiny 10 race.
Yeah, like I think this is the first list where no one got even close to get a sub 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to get a sub 3 would have been you'd had to play near perfect.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, no, like I mentioned earlier, it was really fun to watch and commentate this because everyone has a very different approach to these games in terms of like how they're doing the boss fight, how they set up for like the Superman clips, or how they set up for like the Catwoman skip, and like everyone just had a very unique approach to the games, and you can very much tell like the people that had a strength in a certain game and who didn't, right? Like, you know, Sasha obviously having the record in, what was it, Superman at one point in time, and
Mhm.
everything else. Like they had a level of comfort with a certain games, and obviously you had a certain level with, you know, or certain comfort with some of the games as well too, because, you know, practice and everything else. So it was just very interesting to watch everything just really unfold in that manner. Because typically, like in a Tiny 10, you know, or any type of like marathon race like this, a lot of people take a very similar approach to it, or some people might take riskier, you know, riskier strats to certain things. But this list here, there were very much different ways to approach certain spots of a game, and we very much saw different approaches for each game.
Yeah, I normally go for some risky strats, but almost every game here was like super punishing if you died or game over. So this was not a race to do risky things at all.
Yeah, it's like you got Tintin, Lucky Luke, Spirou. Like, there's no checkpoints in those games at all. So, like, you die, you start the stage over again. And
Yeah, tell me
obviously,
about it
you
on
have
the final
limited
stage of
continue.
Spirou.
Yeah, you did fall into the
Those
abyss
jumps
there.
I need to test it out and see how many frames you actually have to do that jump, to do those jumps, because no.
Yeah.
You did also have some trouble with the amusement park.
Oh,
Yeah,
the roller
so
coaster, yeah.
I-
What was
I
going on
don't-
with that?
I don't know. It's the
Yeah,
first time I've fallen to those things.
2 times when you fell down, I actually have no idea why you fell down.
I have zero idea. I didn't even know there were things there.
Yeah, it was odd. I think one time, even though the game didn't show it, I think Carnage just spawned on top of you, but it didn't show the sprite. Because you were in the correct position, at least. So I was like, what just happened there? Oh, I think that was just like a weird one, but
I don't
yeah.
know. But I'm
Took you
still
a
really
while.
mad about it, because not only did I fail, I also fell on top of the insta-kill things.
Yeah.
And then the next life, I go and I get the worst Carnage RNG ever and die again. So now I'm at 1 life at a game that has no continues. Great.
Yeah, Carnage did not want to cooperate there on a few of those attempts. But yeah, no, like, and there was a few parts with was it Asterix, where you kept bonking into like the blocks or whatever it was, and missing the cart. And
Yeah, so the thing about Asterix is that you don't know pretty much how much speed you have until
True.
you've already jumped, and then you lose anyways.
True.
You have to get a lot of momentum, but sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you can turn around in midair, sometimes you can't. It's dumb.
We had people in chat call Asterix the poor man's Super Mario Land. So
Yeah, I agree.
but yeah, no, like I said, we knew going in this list was not going to be easy. So the fact that we had the racers we had, you know, and the fact that people were putting in practice and finding new efficiencies, new tricks, you know, new things to do to make the games, you know, runnable. It was really awesome to see. So
Yeah, kinda sad that Atros didn't join,
well,
but
he's
apparently,
start yelling at him.
yeah, Asterix apparently was too much for him, which
Yeah.
fair.
Some people can't handle the heat.
Most people can't handle Asterix.
But yeah, no, we'll see what happens next. Next Tiny 10 list. Who knows? Still got a year out to even think about it. We don't typically start thinking about the games until a few months, maybe a month or so in advance.
Yeah, we
Hey,
do
if it
always
works, it
update.
works.
Yeah, we keep on updating the research list.
Yeah, we update the
During a
research
year.
list, but just because it's on the research list doesn't mean, it's gonna be in the next list.
Yeah.
Some of those games have been on that research list for like 4 years.
Yeah.
Like Smurfs.
Like Smurfs, yeah.
Or like Mega Man 5.
Yeah, that will happen eventually for sure.
Eventually, that is a long run.
Yeah, that is just a really long game.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest reason we haven't had it in yet. It's just because it is such a long game. We kind of need the stars aligned for that one.
Get it? Stars, because it's planets and whatnot. Yeah.
Star Droid, that's right. I still got it after 4 hours.
The power of bad puns will never leave you.
You missed out on all the deep lore that we had during the segment too.
Oh, I'm gonna watch the VOD, don't worry. Did you try to tie all the games together again?
Yep.
Oh god. Well, Lucky Look to Swamp Thing is going to be interesting.
Oh no, we tied Swamp Thing to Batman.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
Huh, okay. Sure. That... Sure.
But yeah, no, like I said, we'll see what happens next list. Maybe we'll even reboot a remix if we're motivated, since we didn't have one this year.
Yeah, it kind of just slipped away from us.
Yeah, we're just so busy, between podcast and marathons and whatever else Mo and I work on. We just kind of lost track of it, honestly. But maybe we'll get something going next year, and y'all can relive Asterix again, and
yeah, obviously. The game I definitely wanted to replay. Look, I'll happily take Spider-Man again, just not Asterix, please.
We all know Double Dragon is going to be in it.
only if you're making the list. God, that game sucks. It's like the only game I'll agree with the runners on. It's just absolutely terrible game.
Best game.
Patience.
This man put Mortal Kombat in instead of Shaq Fu, so I mean, what do you expect?
I mean, I don't know how Shaq Fu is, but
It doesn't lag, let me tell you that right now.
I was gonna say, like, I don't know how Shaq Fu is, but Mortal Kombat 2 was absolutely awful, so it's not a high
Terrible.
clear to bar. Not
It's a
a
terrible
high clear
game.
to bar, I can speak, I swear.
Absolute terrible. Like, the worst fighting game you could have possibly have chosen.
No, that would have been Mortal Kombat 1.
That's true.
Okay, fine, the second worst fighting game you could have chosen.
Yeah.
No, that would have been
Oh.
Mortal Kombat 3.
Yeah, Mortal
Oh.
Kombat 3. Then Mortal
I'm-
Kombat 2.
No, then Street Fighter.
Nah, I don't know. Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat 2 are pretty close. Street Fighter is at least playable.
It is so slow.
It is, but it's
You
playable.
say that like Mortal Kombat 2 isn't.
It isn't slow. That's
Mortal
the only
Kombat
one that actually
the
works.
biggest issue with Mortal Kombat 2 is just the input delay. Like, it's slow, don't get me wrong, but it also has like terrible input delay too.
Ooh, Josh taking a dead at Penguin.
Josh already beat Penguin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fortified Zone hasn't been a remix. I don't even think we've had Fortified Zone 2 yet in a Tiny 10.
Nope.
Is it just like one?
Kinda.
Florida.
Because one was good. I like 45 Zone 1.
Yes.
I don't like
Yeah.
the word conceptual in this context.
No, it's the same, but like not as easy.
It's definitely harder.
Well, it's definitely gonna be harder because I imagine they patched the boss thing.
Well, it's not so much
Yeah.
like not so much the pat. It's how like some of the guns and ammo work in Fortified Zone 2.
Yeah, and the final stage is so long and so brutal.
Yeah. There is for Fortified Zone 2 is a Japanese only release.
Mm-hmm.
And it's much harder than one.
If you want to look it up, it's Ikari no Yusai 2,
Yep.
I think the name is.
But yeah, all right. Well, we got Adrianus and Batman fighting Catwoman. The final fight of Catwoman before they go into Poison Ivy.
Oh, Josh. Apparently, Josh's video suddenly finished.
Yeah, see, easy game.
I didn't
Wait.
even see the Joker, but sure.
Yeah, me neither.
We got Fetty on Spiru. Infinite Mystery running away from an avalanche. And obviously, like I said, Adriana's fighting Catwoman, going into what is it, Poison Ivy next?
Yep.
Yeah.
Starting to lose my voice, so
I will say one thing. I've already said it on Discord, but it's true. Like, all of these games, literally all of them, have bad hitboxes.
yeah,
All of them.
yep. When what was it, Tintin or Spear, whatever one has the rolling meatballs. I think it's Tintin. The meatball hitbox is really bad because you can be like a mile away from the boulder and still get hit by it.
Isn't that TMNT2 with the boulders?
Oh yeah, it was TMNT2 with the meatball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be a mile away from them and still get hit.
They're so bad. You have to jump like on the slope. You have to jump like frames after it appears on screen, or else you don't make it.
Yeah.
Good thing they're not one-hit kills.
Oh god, if that was the
Where they're not
case.
one-hit kills, yeah. Then you got Superman hitboxes.
Hitboxes? Those exist in Superman? Are you sure?
Yeah, it's just tied to the enemies.
Yeah.
Like, if they die because of a laser, Superman dies. So.
Oh yeah, of course,
Right.
makes sense.
How it works.
I'm happy I didn't get the random death this time. Because, wow. That's just like a Superman thing. It's something so believable once you have played the game. It's like, yeah, if an enemy dies, you die too. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. It's very much a Superman thing. But like when we were making the list too, like we did bring up like X-Men, and we're just like, nah.
Yeah,
We
just
just were just like, nah.
because of Gambit stage, it's
Yeah,
so
Gambit stage is
awful.
brutal. But now that we all know you can handle hard games,
Yeah,
I mean, if it's good, yeah. I don't see why not.
I mean, I'm not saying X-Men's good.
Oh, well, in that case, yeah.
I
Things
got that
change
was
then.
the Man of War game yet to do, Iron Man game yet to do.
Oh,
That's right, baby.
God. What a crap game.
I think we brought that up for a good like 2 seconds. We're just like, no.
Mhm.
We're like, absolutely not. Yeah, this was a fun list to make, though. There were a few games I definitely wanted to see. More so just because like they kind of fit the theme, but also more so because like we played them casually, and I've always been curious to see them like as a speedrun. Because there were
Yeah, I don't
some
know.
games that just didn't actually have a leaderboard at all, or just didn't, or weren't optimized, and
Yeah, like Spyro, for example, right? I'm pretty sure that
Mhm.
one didn't have a leaderboard at the beginning.
Nope.
Superman was basically a brand new leaderboard as well too. It's also fun to see like some of the older like games too that have like an older leaderboard. You know, like Tintin or Turtles and Smurfs and stuff like that. Just getting some new air to it, and potentially people finding new tricks for those types of games since it is in a race setting. And
Yeah, finding new tricks is hard.
it is, yeah.
Like I guess the only one has been Superman, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
On
I
this
think
list?
so.
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, you all put a lot of time into Superman.
I didn't. I just let Atros and Senga just do their thing. And,
Yeah.
and after
They-
that,
they
I was like, okay, now time to learn it. What the hell do I
They
do?
went hard into Superman. They were really into Superman. I'm just like,
No,
all
is
right,
it that
cool.
your picks, your bad game picks, are always the ones that get all the attention at first?
Dude, Wayne's World, Superman,
Jankin' Man.
Man.
Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, me neither.
I just know good speedruns when I see them.
That is not true. You yourself said you didn't speedrun.
I know good speedruns when I see them. I hear Batman going into Poison Ivy fight. We got Fetty on Spyro fighting the tank. And we got Infinite Mystery going through. I think it's the first cave. Yeah, the first cave.
Yeah, the cliff. Yeah, this is the stage before the auto-scroller paradise.
Yep. But yeah, I think with that, we ourselves here are going to wrap it up. Again, reminder, we do have a couple things coming up with RGL. We do got the Feed the Kids charity marathon, November 26th through the 28th. Make sure to check that out. It's going to be a fantastic time for a fantastic charity. We also have the Coin Op Classic 1cc Marathon. Submissions for this is open until the 16th. It will take place on December 2nd through December 4th. If you're not really too sure of what the Coin Op Classic is, you submit some arcade games. So whether it's just your classic arcade games, your 1cc's, pinball, things of that nature, go ahead and submit them. It's going to be an awesome time to watch, especially if you are into the arcade retro stuff. So. But yeah, I think with that, we are going to call it there. I'm losing my voice. Mo is probably falling asleep at his desk, because so is Ariel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Kong has been doing the Restream business, I think.
Yeah, dude, shout out to Kong for reaching
Yeah.
the race. Absolute champion.
But yeah, good luck to all the runners who are left. Like, Adriana's is probably done in about 10 minutes. We still have Feta and Infinite Mystery, who's gonna do one of his amazing 24-hour streams, I
Yeah,
guess.
we do have Feta and Infinite Mystery also doing the Mega 8 after this.
All right, yeah.
Which is eight Mega Drive, or I guess 8 Genesis games. So
Yeah, good luck with those, for
yeah,
sure.
good luck. But yeah, with that, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for supporting our racers. Thank you for listening to me for a second weekend in a row in RGL. And thank you for just listening to us ramble on about some awesome Game Boy games that have no flaws in them whatsoever. And yeah, maybe you'll hear my dumb voice again in a couple weeks for the children. So yeah, thank you all again for tuning in. Thank you all again for supporting the racers. I believe, who are we going to raid?
Well, I guess Adriana's first. Because they're almost done. But then again...
I mean, they could die a bunch of times in Penguin, and...
Yeah.
Don't jinx it.
I mean... They still gotta fight the Riddler.
All will be fine.
Alright, looks like they're going to send a raid over to Adriana's while they fight the Riddler, so definitely some nice added pressure there for that fight. It's alright, I mean...
It's just Riddler.
Batman animated series isn't that hard of a game, alright? Just...
Not this boss, specifically.
True, I mean, they are in an easier... The boss fights are fairly easy. But yeah, thank you all again for watching the race. Thank you all for supporting our racers. And until next time.